last time in Renascence, you guys had just wrapped up a very, very long day fighting the forces of Lasharag as he strove, shall we say, to break his ally Bloodbeard out of prison in Freeport. You guys killed one of his enormous city-destroying kaiju sea urchin monsters. You headed him off out at sea, found his flying capital ship, and blew it to fucking pieces. And after that,
flying capital ships,
as one does, and after that, you guys headed back home for some much-needed R&R. Some by longer routes than others, but you guys spent most of last session catching up with friends and family, and sort of following up on the aftermath of this whole ordeal. Of note, two major things coming up. One, you guys have a meeting you have been invited to by the Eastern Alliance military leadership. That is happening on the 36th in 2 days. Also, Adlar is in town and seems to be under the impression that he's joining the party, as he made the point to Aloran that they're both going to worry about the other one if they can't see him. So why not just stick together?
Oh boy.
Well.
So yeah, we are picking up there. You guys had a short conversation towards the end of last session about your plans for the coming days. And I don't remember if it was Adlar or someone else who chimed in and you know, put some DM input in there to maybe hear out the meeting first and then make a decision. So we're basically picking up at the end of that conversation in the Great Hall of the Presidium, and it is noon-ish on the 31st of Cairn.
Oh, don't
34th,
forget.
31st, 34th of Cairn.
Lauren yelled at all the Green Wardens.
At the end of last session, there was a very loud meeting that Lauren broke into after hearing that Alexei had been suspended from the conservator's table following his questionable decision to lead a junior warden and a bunch of civilians out on a military operation.
Oh, I wanted to make sure that I made it a point during that meeting that it was all of her idea.
You did say that last time. I do remember that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure she made that point across. Be like, poor Alexei. I was dragging Alexei along.
You really didn't want to be there at all.
He didn't. He didn't want to be there. And I think she wanted to make that point across. He was like, let's not. And she's like, I'm going to go blow up the ship. And he's like, God damn it. Probably make sure you don't get yourself killed.
And he really didn't do much. He basically just almost died.
He was completely useless. He didn't want to go. You guys should really take pity on Alexei.
Honestly,
I let them borrow my carpet. They blew it up. They nearly killed me.
I mean, if you really hear the accounts, like, he had a bad time. I had a great time. Alexei? Nope. Bad time. Bad time for so bad, Alexei.
Yeah. That short little scene definitely left an impression in the Green Keep. Although you have not been back necessarily since that happened.
I went and got dumplings, and then I went back to the Green Keep.
You got dumplings for Alexei.
Yes.
But
So I
very short window is my point.
Yeah.
The fallout is probably still falling out. So
The fallout? What do you mean the fallout?
whatever comes.
Falling out.
I would never.
As if your
get
actions
in
had no
trouble.
consequences, Lauren.
Never get in trouble.
Never.
I'm
Things don't happen because you do things. You just do things, and then the story moves on and doesn't care.
I'm a saint.
Anyways.
By whose standards?
Mine?
Ain't a day's nuts.
Thanks so much.
Barnaby.
Come on.
Wait, who are you? What have you done to Barnaby?
I don't know. Something
not-
about today is just putting me in a weird mood.
You're not Barnaby. You're Sandy in a red hat.
Damn changeling.
Oh, nah, you caught me.
Oh no.
You caught these nuts. Shazam! She disappears. Are there any actual questions before we get started? Or does somebody have something they would like to begin doing?
I have something if no one else does.
I have a small thing, but you can go first. That's fine.
No, it's okay. You can go first.
All right.
Okay.
It's gonna be a lot of the same shit.
Okay. So, given that we still have a day or two before the meeting, is that correct?
Yeah. It is the 34th, and the meeting is on the 36th.
So at some point, Noelle would like to trail Gideon and Aaron and see what they've been up to.
Interesting. Okay.
Thank you.
Given that we've got a couple of days and this isn't really
Ask
time
Lauren to help
sensitive.
you. I'm gonna do pass without a trace.
I got pretty good stealth, but if
But
I
you get a
need-
plus 10.
That's true. That's true.
She
What
wants
do
to be
they
there so bad.
describe to
I
me?
do want
What
to be
what they're doing again? They're like going down to the dungeon every day.
Yeah, basically, you don't see much of Gideon or Aaron over the course of a day. If you're at the Presidium, like, they kind of come up for air from the dungeon maybe like twice a day, and only then, to grab some food or some drinks or maybe some like papers from their respective rooms, and then they're right back downstairs.
Okay. Truthfully, I don't want to turn this into like I'm gonna try and sneak to them. I think I'd probably want to play it off as more like just curious. Like they go down there one morning, and I'll just after like a half an hour, I'll just kind of quietly go down the stairs and see what I see.
Sure. Well, I will say that you do have some familiarity with the floor plan of the dungeon, having held some folks here in the past. I think heading down, you would know that there's sort of this initial guard room at the base of the stairs. You pass through that. That door's almost always unlocked. Unless there's actually people in the cells. And then, you kind of pass through this lengthy cell block. And heading down that passage, there is a door at the end of it beyond which you, unless you've been extremely curious in the past, probably have not actually explored into.
Probably not.
So heading in that direction, heading for the door, trying the handle, you would find that it is not locked. And when you open it, stepping inside, you would find a second length of cell block. But these cells do not have any iron bars standing sort of at the threshold of these little nooks that would contain their prisoners. In fact, they seem to be almost completely open. And as you kind of walk down the cell block, this section of the fortress definitely seems as though it has not seen very frequent use, not for a very long time. But about halfway down the passage, you do reach one cell block, from which there is a small amount of light shining. And stepping up to see inside, you can see the water elemental that you captured floating inside a magic circle, which is shedding this faint silvery light.
Okay.
And as you sort of pass by it, with your passive perception, I think you would notice that there is sort of a strange, faint, sort of foggy sheen between you and the creature. Something more substantial than the bounds of this circle.
Like where the iron bars of
Sort-
a prison cell would be.
Yeah, sort of right at the threshold where you would expect to find some kind of barrier.
Okay.
There is this sort of fogged sheen.
Do I hear any talking or working or anything in the nearby areas?
I'll say give me a perception check. Because, as I'm sure you picked up, they are not here. Aaron and Gideon are not with this elemental.
Right. Not a great roll, but I have good perception. That's, No, that's still not a great roll. 13.
13. Was it 13? You are faintly aware of movement overhead. You can hear footsteps kind of echo down the long hallways with the doors open behind you. And occasionally you can hear, footsteps directly overhead, like this
Right.
faint, muffled slap of feet on stone. But you don't hear any sign of where Gideon or Aaron might be from here.
Does this room exit into anything else if I continue?
This chamber sort of bends at the far end, and kind of walking along that way, you do see that there is it's kind of a left-hand turn, and a long, kind of empty stretch of stone corridor before it turns left again, and seems to kind of double back on itself almost. Kind of a 2 hallways worth of cell blocks, if you were guessing where you're standing.
Okay. Well, I'll just do my due diligence and look around all down here.
Sure. I'll say go ahead and give me an investigation check.
I am proficient at this now because of my level up.
Oh, shit.
I
Are you
figured
proficient or expert in this?
expertise on this one now. It was investigation and survival. I got a level 10. 14.
Hey!
That's
14.
really good for me.
Okay. Say, inspecting this stretch of hallway with a 14, nothing's jumping out at you as particularly interesting down here. You round the corner, you look down that second stretch of corridors and cell blocks. All of them also empty as you kind of walk down the length of it.
Mm-hmm.
You do find that this hallway reaches another door, which opens up into another length of barred cells, sort of like you're going back through the previous hallway.
Right.
And you do see that there is a wooden door at the far end of that hall.
I really want to make a dumb joke.
What's that?
Well, why would they have a cell just for bards?
Think of that for a second too.
They know what they did.
Barred
Oh my
cells.
god, it's horrible down here.
You see the colorfully dressed skeletons of countless bards chained up in torturous poses in every cell.
Can't be true.
No, they're all empty.
I will continue toward that door.
Okay. I will say, crossing that hall, you will find nothing in those cells, and reaching the door, you will find it is unlocked. And clicking it open,
Oh, hello, Gideon.
you
So sorry.
find yourself looking into the guard room.
Okay.
And in front of you is the stone archway that leads to the stairwell, which leads back up to the foyer.
It's a big old circle. I'm gonna assume that doesn't track with how I've moved, or would this make sense to be a big
You
floor?
should be several meters off to the right of that that guard's room. It looks like it looks like you've walked back the hall, back up the hall that you came down initially. But if you turn around and look at the hallway, you can see that the hallway, through the door in the second set of cells bends in the wrong direction. Now it's bending to the right instead of the left like it did earlier.
All right, backup plan. I'm going to go. I guess I'll continue through this door just to reset myself.
Okay.
I'll head back down.
Do you leave it open or close it behind you?
I guess I'll close it.
Okay. So, you're back in the guard's room.
I'll head back down into the dungeon again.
Okay, so you reopen the door, and you can see that the doors you opened previously are still standing open. And looking through them, you can see that the hallway now bends to the left again at the far end.
Okay. Here's what I'll do instead. I'm gonna go to the water elemental. He's
Okay.
still hanging out.
He is still in his cell.
I'm gonna use universal speech. I don't know if you can hear me, but let's try.
Okay.
And
Interesting.
I'll say to him, I may be able to earn you some favor if you help me. I'm looking for the winged man and the armored woman. I can't understand what you're saying, but could you point me in their direction?
Okay. So this is this the eloquent bard thing, or is this a
This is
default bard thing?
universal speech. I think it's an eloquence thing. Choose one more creatures within 60 feet of you up to a number equal to charisma modifier. The creatures can magically understand you regardless of languages for 1 hour. You can't use it again until finish a long rest or you expend a spell slot.
Okay. I'll say go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Just 23.
Okay. Just. As this elemental has sort of settled in its place, almost pooling, like it's not even like fully standing like you saw them when they were fighting. He's almost kind of like crouched in his magic circle and has filled sort of a good like foot and a half of like magical invisible barrier with just like water. It's like an invisible cup is sort of surrounding him that he's just sitting in. And at the sound of your voice, it kind of perks up a little bit, stands up a little straighter. You see the water start to rush with a little bit more urgency. And through the sound of moving water, you do make out the semblance of a voice.
For what it's worth, I can't understand what he says. He can only understand.
There are words being formed, for sure. Oop, are you there?
Oh boy. Internet hiccup?
Oop, oop, oop. Hello?
Testing?
Somebody's getting all choppy.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I think my internet
Okay.
just hiccuped.
These things happen. So you can hear the semblance of a voice
Okay.
as it, and you can see these, kind of two arms come out and kind of gesture a little bit. And this does not give you the ability to understand it.
No, I told him to point me in the right direction or clue me
You
in
would
in
definitely-
any way.
You would definitely pick up. It does seem to be kind of gesticulating repeatedly down the hall towards the bend.
Towards the bend. Did you see them go down that direction?
You see it like press a hand up against the boundary of the magic circle, unable to kind of press through it. And then nod slowly.
Did they use any magic to pass through any barriers? I don't know how smart these things are, but
It kind of cocks its head at you.
Glowy lights? Did they make glowy lights appear?
Shakes its head.
Okay. I guess I'll go investigate the
Okay.
area he's gesturing towards again. See what I
Alright.
see.
I mean, you head back down towards the bend in the hallway, and rounding the corner, you see that long stretch of empty hall. No cells, just bare stone. And about 30 feet ahead, there's another bend. And around that, there's another line of cells that somehow leads back to the same guard room.
Okay. It seems like it's perhaps not going to get me anywhere. So... I'm kind of stumped. I guess I will... shoot. I guess I'll go back upstairs. Good 20 minutes of gameplay right here, folks. I
all
go
good.
back upstairs and
You have some information.
now I know that I don't know where they are. I'm stumped. I'm out.
All right. Fair enough.
You did it.
I'm with Alexi, right?
Is that where you want to be right now?
Well, I got him his dumplings.
Okay.
Cool. So I'm with Alexi. I'm
He
gonna be
is
like,
in bed, and he is currently putting together notes and such for the big meeting in 2 days.
Alexi, can I use your scrying mirror?
It'll just gesture toward it.
Cool.
Go nuts.
Sweet. She'll scry out my shrug.
Okay.
I don't know if you expected anything different.
Go ahead and give me... Oh, I guess I have to make a check, huh?
Yeah.
That is a success. That's a 22.
I'll try again.
Okay. That might not be a success. Let me double check his thing.
What's his number?
He has... It is a... It is a plus 8. Okay, so that is a failure. A 15.
Ooh, yay, I win. Show me.
Okay. You would see that Lasharag is currently seated, arms crossed, legs crossed, head bowed, eyes closed, still nestled in a nook between the large spined plates of the creature, deep underwater in the dark. Apparently asleep.
He's lucky I used both my 5th level spells. Wake up, bitch! Trying to sleep? Right, yeah, because I believe that's a 5th. It is. Alright, well, cool. I learned nothing.
He's asleep around noon.
Cool.
It's been a productive session so far, guys.
Yep.
I told you this day is just cursed.
Just a little bit.
Something with it. Anything else in the party?
I'd like to find another restaurant that serves the thingies. That comes from my hometown.
The thingies. Sure.
Good. The food stuff's from my hometown.
Got it. There is probably somewhere in the freeholds. It would probably take you a couple hours to track down, but not too difficult of a task at this point. And I think you definitely find that there is a pretty sizable clientele here. Although you've noticed, over the past week that there's been a lot of people kind of crammed into the restaurants and pubs around town. A lot of people sort of gathering in the wake of this disaster and talking, conversing, commiserating. But yeah, what are you looking to get here?
Probably another fish specialty of some kind.
Sure.
Imagine there's a lot of fish.
Yeah, there's plenty of fish available.
I meant from hometown. Like I mentioned, fish is a big thing over there.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and Freeport has fish, so making that would not be difficult. We'll say, what kind of dish is this, Burberry? Describe something for me. What was a favorite food of yours from your childhood?
What kind of vegetables grow up there?
Beets, potatoes, mostly like hardy root stuff, parsnips.
Okay, well then I'm gonna go with fish and grits,
Okay.
or like fish and like hash browns,
Ooh, all right.
like real breakfasty.
You
I'm
not
behind
like
that.
parsnips or root vegetables?
Aren't they?
Okay.
Are they not?
What?
Are they not root vegetables?
What?
Parsnips.
No, they are.
Oh, I was like, wait, did I say it dumb?
No, I was asking Kat. If Kat liked.
Oh, does she like
No, I
parsnips?
do not.
Yeah.
I do not like any of the things that he listed. So-
That's what I was curious about, because you were like, well, fuck that. Potatoes and brekkie.
well, no, but Chani, I don't like potatoes either.
What?
Fuck.
Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh,
I've had this conversation several times. I don't know how you guys keep forgetting.
We
I
just
block
don't
it
see
out.
you eat in front
Yeah,
of us. And, oh
basically.
yeah, we're collectively traumatized. I'm sorry. That was the
Exactly.
correct answer.
No, I don't do potatoes either. I don't like it's.
it will
This
never
is
not
not-
traumatize you, Kat.
I'm sorry, it's not my thing. I
Okay.
don't do it. But at least I'm familiar with potatoes.
I know what potato is.
Well, no, like because I've eaten potatoes. That's how I know I don't like them that much. But I haven't really eaten parsnips. I've had beets once, but I don't like. My brain doesn't put them with fish.
Yeah, that's fair. I wouldn't either.
But potatoes and fish, that's a thing that can be done. Again, not a usual combination that I see, but
It's a thing. Fish and chips.
yeah. Well, then we'll say fish and chips sound like an excellent like.
All right. Yeah. Anyways, back to it. Getting yourself a breakfasty fish and potato dish is not difficult.
Yeah.
So yes, little taste of home. Anything from anybody else this time?
Oh, can I ask Alexi how much trouble I'm gonna be in?
For what?
You were there. You heard it. I saw your little bird.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not there. Did not sound like the steward was terribly upset by it. So
Okay.
there's that.
Okay.
I'm sure others in the room felt differently, but
Like, what's his face? Oh my god, I hate him so much. What's his name? I hate him so much I forget his name.
cows.
Yeah, that guy.
I'm sure he'll have some words for it. So I'd just steer clear of him for the foreseeable future, which you already do. So
Nah, I'll go fuck with him.
okay,
Uh,
Barnaby.
I was
that a-
dying in contempt.
Continue. Okay.
I do.
You know. What you always do.
No, she's not gonna fuck him. She hates him. She despises his fucking existence.
Exactly. You just keep stirring the pot.
That's it.
Fair enough.
Hence the
Oh. Well, if there is nothing from the party for the rest of the day, I think the 34th will probably pass without much incident. Come the 35th, starting back up, anything before the day of the meeting.
I'll just borrow Alexi's mirror, try on Lasharag again, maybe. Just once.
Just once?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, that is a 19.
Aw.
Does that succeed?
No.
Does it actually?
No, it doesn't.
Oh. It doesn't succeed?
No.
God damn.
I have a 17 as my spell save DC. It's not super high.
Oh, I thought you were saying he didn't succeed against your save.
Oh.
The
I was
vagueness of
like-
the English language betrayed us there.
What was your spell save? What do you mean? Why are you upset that it didn't succeed? That's a good thing for you. That was throwing me.
Like nothing from him every time.
He's a sleepy boy, apparently.
He likes to sleep.
He sleeps late.
I mean, isn't sleeping also not a great sign? Because the dream walking's a thing.
That's true.
Could be.
Well, I did
He
promise
could
I
be
would.
asleep or asleep in cursive.
I did promise I would at least check in with Jade at the end of last session, so I should probably do ascending to her at some point.
Okay.
Real quick. Probably mid-morning. Just, hey, I hope you're alright. I hope the expedition's going well. Don't know how fast news travels, but lots have happened. Lots of stuff has happened since you left Freeport. I'm doing okay though. That's it.
Okay. I think the answer you get comes quickly and with much excitement as she says, "Oh, that's so good to hear. I'm so happy for you. We have a lead. I am so excited. We are so close to finding this really big," and then it like cuts off because she's going off and does not count her words. But it sounds like they found something big.
Something real big. Okay. Well, I will leave for tomorrow morning then.
Sure.
I would like to get wildly drunk.
Ooh. You invite a Lauren? She would love to get wildly drunk with you.
No.
Oof.
Damn.
Okay.
What's the occasion, Burberry?
Yeah, what's going on?
Don't worry about it.
I'm the DM. It's my job to worry about it.
It's nothing that'll affect plotline.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take your word for it and pay no more attention to it. Burberry gets drunk. The end. Who else has something for the 35th? Sounds like nothing.
Actually, can I check
Ooh.
with Sam Plotable, and see if he has a way of importing? Like, or... Because I briefly mentioned it last time with the whole... Say, how big is Sam Plotable's operation? Can he get stuff from other places?
He has his ship, and he basically makes a circuit around the Emerald Sea. He just kind of sails in a big circle and just...
Okay, so it's just the one ship. It's not like small locations.
No. He's doing well enough for himself. He's got the ship.
Gotcha.
But he does it all himself, with him and his family and his crew.
Gotcha. Are there any, I guess, other gemstone dealers in the area would also be out of diamonds?
I'll say give me... Give me like a general charisma check, we'll say.
Also, are we past the threshold for racing down Captain... what's her name? Has it been 10 days?
The 36 would be 10 days.
That would be a natural 20, friend.
Oh.
So, asking around after gym salesmen, looking for a dealer, trying to find some more diamond dust, if you know what I mean. Your suspicions are correct. The city is definitely very short on a lot of gemstones right now. And the story that keeps coming to you is there was a huge disaster, and lots of very wealthy people suddenly had a very strong need for diamonds. With a natural 20, though, I will say that you are able to talk one salesman into handing over a little bit of diamond reserve he's been holding on to. Enough for one casting of Raised Dead.
I feel like he trades it for, like, healing a family member or something. Like...
That's fair. But yeah, so you would be able to buy one extra component of Raised Dead off of him.
Cool. I'm gonna do that one more thing. That's gonna be so.
Alright.
Well, after checking in with the peoples, if they, haven't.
I will see if they have had any such luck. That's a big old fuck on the dice.
Could I possibly offer my assistance with locating object? I don't know if it'd help much, but...
I mean, if you would like to try, yeah.
Yeah, I'll offer that.
Sure.
Because it's getting to be, like, close to the
due date.
Yeah.
I will say, offering your assistance, I don't think that they're going to turn you down. You have made a name for yourself with the Lost Emeralds at this point, and there are people out and about in the bay who are still kind of searching, the wreckage of the ships that were damaged during the battle. And there has been, I should say, a small military ship kind of anchored out in the middle of the harbor near the wreckage of that gunship. You're taken on a small barge out to that location. They kind of fill you in on the details and let you know, like, this is what we tried. We've had divers. We did have a cleric come in with a locate object earlier, but, they didn't sense anything from the boat. How do you want to proceed?
I am. So with the wreckage, right? How deep is the water in that area?
On average, the bay is pretty precipitously deep. I think some of the Tritons in the crew would be able to tell you. The shore kind of juts out a good 5th or 6th of a mile before there's a very sharp drop into sort of the depths of the harbor. And they've located the wreckage. They know it's down at the bottom, it slid along the slope and kind of fell and tumbled into that. And they've pulled some bodies out of there, but unfortunately the cleric's locate object earlier didn't reach far enough, or they just weren't in the right space over the wreckage to reach down there. But it is about 800 or 900 feet, maybe 1,000 in some spots.
And you said the druid went down to the...
It was a cleric, and they stayed on the boat.
Oh,
yeah.
All right. Well, is there anyone who can cast or speak with fish?
I mean, what do you need to say? One of the Triton sailors will ask.
Well, we could ask if they've seen a creature that resembles it. I will also go down myself. I just would figure it would narrow it down at least a little.
Sure. I mean, there hasn't been much wildlife out, in the harbor itself for past week since that thing passed through, but and we could go try.
I'm gonna put on my cloak of the manta and...
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Okay, sure. So diving in?
Oh, after asking what object was searched for, or if she had anything that she never took off.
I mean, we were looking for her specifically. But,
for locate object. Like it's... I guess I could try and locate a corpse, but that's...
if she's dead,
Technically, that's an object. You know what? That's entirely... Okay, that's fair. Apologies.
Right, yeah, I mean, it's... Anyways,
Yeah, totally fine.
shall we? He'll lead you down. It's...
I'm gonna move my drinking to after this, by the way.
fair. It is kind of an ugly mess down there. You close in on the wreckage as the light overhead, very quickly fades, and you're sort of just enveloped in the dark of deep water. And it's very reminiscent of the scene after you guys blew up Washerog's flagship. There is a broken battleship precariously sort of dashed against the rocky bottom of this bay, and sort of suspended in the water at varying depths around it, there are bodies. There are partially flooded crates and barrels. It's a haunting view. And even kind of approaching from the vector of the ship, you or can sense at least, that there was definitely sort of a sizable splash, a spread of debris and people when that ship exploded. It definitely looks like people and things were thrown a significant distance in all directions around the ship. And you kind of get a sense, looking at the geography down here with all these rocks and crevices and, how far you are from the surface. It tracks. This has not been an easy recovery.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and work with this Triton for both asking fish for specific descriptions as well as casting locate object for her body.
Okay.
Which should increase the radius because I'm not on the boat. I'm on the floor.
I will say let's start with a survival check. See if you can find some fish to talk to.
Can I do it with advantage because this guy's helping me?
I'm going to say because he's helping you, you don't have disadvantage.
Touche. You said nature?
Survival.
Survival, sorry. That's a 16.
16. Okay. I mean, true to his description, there definitely is not a lot of wildlife down there. You would have seen some, kind of schools of fish around the surface, but the deeper you dive, the more and more scarce they become. But you do pick up, a couple of, say...
probably scavenger fish, huh?
Yeah, remora-looking things that are sort of picking around the bottom in the sands. And he's able to convey, a sort of brief request to them, given the limits of his ability as a Triton to communicate with sea life. So what is it that you're wanting to ask them? For a description or for a location of this person?
Like if they've seen a body that resembles her, because she's like a pretty big person, right?
I mean, she was human. She was high ranking, but she was not like a massive person. She was
Did
standard.
you have anything particularly shiny on her when we met her?
She would have had some, epaulets and like a gold braid on her uniform.
I feel like
Shiny
I'll
brass
ask,
buttons.
I think I'll
that
ask
kinda-
about the braid, because like that's something that's specific to her rank.
Okay.
And also, I think Fish will be like, oh, there's humans everywhere.
Yeah, it's been great. We've been eating like kings for the past week.
Yeah. Well, I'll ask to inquire about the like things that a fish might identify that's not
Sure.
generic for.
He will convey this to them, and he'll let you know. Like I can't understand them, but they can understand me. And after this request, he'll see them kind of like swim away and sort of like start kind of meandering through some of the wreckage along the seafloor. And he'll look back to you and say, I'll follow them, I suppose. Do you want to meet back out here in 10 minutes or so?
Here, and I feel like he would have gotten, because Barnaby has like favorite fish bait, right?
I have a favorite fish lure too.
I'm not gonna steal your lure. I'm just gonna ask about bait. And I feel like Burberry would have brought bait for the fish so that like he can use them to bribe the fish with. Makes sense? Like his fish bait.
Okay.
If that'll help.
He will definitely take that with a nod and depart to follow his temporary allies here. So with that, locate object.
Yep.
All right. I'll say go ahead and give me a perception or investigation.
$16.
16. Okay.
All right, you said perception 17.
17. Ooh. I'll say with a 17 and being down here in the wreckage, you've definitely got a much wider sort of net than anyone casting from the surface would have been able to glean anything from. And after swimming for 3 or 4 minutes, you do feel something pull. This magical tug.
I'll message the Triton and say I have a pull.
Okay. He'll probably reply to you. It's like, oh, good. They keep biting people and they won't stop. And he'll swim back to join you in your direction. Following the direction of this locate object spell, you would find yourself pulled sort of to the eastern side of the ship, probably like 100, maybe 150 feet from the actual wreck. And you would find this kind of narrow, jagged crevasse in the seafloor. And about 2 feet down into it, there is a badly burned, bloodied humanoid figure, sort of.
Can't be any blood. It's been dissipated by water, right?
There are open wounds, clear open wounds on the body.
Okay,
Humanoid figure that is sort of drifted down and nestled, a few feet into this crevasse and just kind of wedged itself there.
Out of pure macabre curiosity, I want to see if mending works on gaping wound.
She is very clearly very severely burned.
Listen, I said macabre, and I said on the open wounds, and that's all I'm trying to fix at the moment. I'm not trying to resurrect her down here.
All right, let me look at mending here. Mending, single break or tear. I don't know that mending is going to fix a 3rd-degree burn.
Oh, you said gaping wounds. I mean, on the gaping wounds where I do.
Some of those wounds are burns. Is all I'm saying. I would say some of the smaller stuff maybe you'd be able to close with a mending. Shrapnel punctures and the like. But mending's definitely not intended to mend flesh, even if it is dead. So you're definitely sort of bumping up against your limits with this particular spell, trying to fix this thing up.
Yeah, no, I've gone way up the deep end already. Don't worry about it.
Sure.
Okay, well, if this is what my thing is pinging, I'll try and take it up.
He will assist you. So go ahead and make a strength check, unless you would like him to make the strength check.
How strong does he look?
I mean, he's a pretty fit-looking Triton fella. He's a sailor in the Navy. I mean, he's in decent shape.
I'll assist him because I've got a +1, so
fair enough. Okay, that's not bad. So with a 17, the two of you kind of kicking and pulling at this body would eventually pull it free of the crevasse. And you just kind of see this plume of dust and debris kind of like floating off of this now clearly, female form. And as the spell did inform you, you can see now with a clear look at her face that this is Commodore Dahlia. Although she does have very severe burns and lacerations across one side of her face. You do see the cord under her arm. You do see the epaulets on her shoulders. Looks like it's her. And the Triton beside you breathes kind of a sigh of relief, like, oh my god. Thank you. I didn't think we'd ever find her.
Burberry just nods and starts to help pull her out of the water. Yeah.
So you guys swim back up to the surface and together kind of haul her back over to the ship and up into the belly of the vessel. There's a smattering of applause, although it is short-lived, as people realize what you've accomplished here, and the diving crew just kind of looks at each other like, should we get back to shore? I mean, this was half the reason we were out here, right? The barge, I think, is still close at hand. So I think without too much issue, if you wanted to arrange to get her back to Freeport itself, that would not be too difficult.
I don't think Burberry chimes in on that because that's very much like
let them handle it.
I mean, he's not an officer. He was just here to do this one thing.
That's fair.
And also, does anybody have a bucket?
They point to like 3 corners of the ship. There's buckets all over the place.
I immediately go hurl into one.
Cool. Someone will pat you on the back. And I think before long, arrangements are made to get Dahlia back to Eastern Alliance commands and, get somebody to preserve her body. Somebody said something about a cleric offering to resurrect her, and, we only have like another day, so we should probably get on that.
That was actually me.
Oh, shit.
But we probably would want to patch her up a bit beforehand, because she's going to still have whatever.
Yeah, and it's not the best looking. Definitely looks painful. It will not be a pleasant wake up.
No. Okay, so can I make an Arcana check to see if lesser restoration or stuff can fix a corpse? Or does it have to be on the living?
Lesser restoration is on the living. That is removing conditions from people
All right. Well,
or diseases.
I was considering heavily burned to be a condition.
That's just good old cure wounds on a
All
living
right.
person. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna do the thing then.
Are you
Get her
gonna
up.
bring her back today?
Yep.
All right.
We are close to the deadline, and I'll even throw in some healing to help with the burn things afterwards.
Sure.
She's gonna be in a not good day.
So I think we'll kind of advance the scene to Fort Franco. You guys get back to Freeport. You guys get her body transported back to the fort, and she is brought into the mortuary. The officer in charge there, obviously gets the paperwork filled out for the intake to process the fact like, yes, we found her. She is dead. We are approving, signing off on this resurrection. There's some papers you need to sign just for
Legal purposes.
clearance, military clearance to do this. But before
Yes,
long,
I'm allowed to touch the body. No, I'm not going to do anything weird to it for.
Exactly, yeah. So, before long, it's you and the corpse of Commodore Dahlia on a stone slab in this dark, vaulted chamber. Dim lights, kind of illuminating the two of you there. And you have the diamonds in hand. So what does this look like?
I didn't think about that. Listen.
I didn't want to think about this.
No, it's just like because sometimes you ask me to describe my spells and sometimes you don't. So I didn't think about how the spell looked.
That's fair.
Like, so I'm just like, okay. So I feel like whenever he does it, he takes like the diamond or whatever, and like he holds it forward, and like because his power comes from multiple sources, I feel like light, whenever like if whatever lights there are in the room, I feel like specific colors like come out of the full light, and like focus all of the color like into the diamond, and it starts like growing really brightly, and then it cracks as like the power surges through it or whatever. I know whatever is such a technical term.
Like whatever.
So like it cracks, and whenever it cracks, like shadows pour out of the crack.
Ooh.
As the diamond like disintegrates in my hand, and whenever the colors dissipate, they all just like that's whenever the reawakening moment happens. Yeah.
That sharp intake of breath as the eyes spring open. And
Stay down.
and you just see her just coughing up this what looks like a gallon of seawater. It is just like spilling down onto the concrete slab and down onto the floor. And she kind of rolls over, spitting it out.
How are you feeling there? Well, besides, absolutely terrible.
Fucking livid. Oh, but it's good to be back.
Let's go, and he'll start like, patching up the worst of the burns and the
Sure.
Yeah.
She definitely lays back and just kind of, after getting the water out of her system, just tries to catch her breath as you heal her. I think she kind of mutters a little bit incoherently. She's like, I faintly remember watching everything before I fell past the ship and out into the dark. But God, he got a lot of people.
Yes, he did.
There were so many of us on the other side. And then a whole bunch more showed up a few hours later. And that almost got ugly. But I remember these shadows started pushing people apart, sort of sectioning us off. It's so strange.
Oh, that's
So Burberry is actually trying to hold back his absolute fascination at what she's saying.
Sure.
Like,
I really should be writing this down, but it doesn't feel like this is the right moment for it.
Just fair.
So he like does his best to, be like,
Oh, that's it. Very interesting.
And then I felt a hand. I heard your voice, and I knew I had to say yes. I knew I had to come back. I couldn't I couldn't leave things like this. Just give up. Thank you for bringing me back.
I am glad to not have to lose another friend today.
I'm glad to have friends like you, I suppose.
So he'll like call someone, be like,
Sure.
She's
Yeah.
up. Mm.
Yeah, the mortician definitely takes that message and very quickly conveys that, up the chain, and before long, you've got medical team coming into the mortuary and helping her, if not onto her feet, onto her stretcher, and carrying her to the infirmary where they can actually tend to her with a team of people who do that all day, every day, to lots of people. And yeah, the mortician, as you were sort of following them out, definitely is just kind of like, I've only seen it a few times in my life, but God damn, it shakes me to my core every time.
Understandable. It's usually supposed to only go one way.
You magic folk are something else. I'll just kind of scratch his beard and head back into the get back to work.
Well, I think we have some writing to do.
So yeah, he's gonna
Sure.
go find a bar. Yeah.
Get a little drunk, do a little journaling,
A little.
a bit.
Wait, hold on. Okay.
So with that covered, Commodore Dahlia is back among the living.
Good work, Burberry.
Ah!
Anything from the rest of the party?
Nothing today.
All right. Fast forward to the 36th, and maybe an hour earlier than the party's usually awake, there will be successive knocks at each of your doors as Gideon's voice sounds through the wood paneling. It's like, breakfast in 5, meeting in an hour. See you there. Leaves it at that. So for those of you who wake up in a timely fashion, you'll be able to join him and the rest of the Gate Watch for breakfast. If not, you'll be sort of scrambling to get your clothes on as you hop down the hall and downstairs.
No, I will be
follow your party.
responsible.
Float, I'm one of the late people.
And, oh, Lauren will actually be responsible.
Oh shit. up and at 'em bright and early, getting food, getting dressed, getting ready, and probably walking with Gideon down to Fort Franco to attend this thing. So, as you guys approach the fort, it has been active in the past week, more active than you have seen it since you've all started sort of operating out of Freeport. But there is a sort of tension in the air today, a stringentness and alertness to the guards out and about on watch. There's a very heavily armed, probably like 30-man strong checkpoint at the gates, which is definitely not normal. And as you all approach, you're kind of sallied out to be met by one of the, kind of sergeants in charge. And, there's a check of identities, although it's pretty informal once he realizes, like, oh shit, it's you guys. A lot of people know you guys on site at this point. They do have a mage in their midst who does do a quick pass on all of you.
I'm gonna ask the
What
maid.
kind of pass?
He casts a spell, which a couple of you probably recognize as Detect Magic, and is very quickly scanning each of you, just kind of looking you up and down and reporting to someone at his side, with a clipboard. It's like, she's carrying something there. No further enchantments. This one's got God around his eyes, something on his belt, something in his pouch. The pouch itself looks magic. Just kind of going down the line with magical detection active. As you guys reach sort of the tail end of the checkpoint, that dude with the clipboard, kind of sticking with you, hands it off to another sort of commanding officer, and he says, "Oh, glad to see you all could make it."
Before that, I wanted to ask the wizard something, and be like, "Do you have a way to see if a familiar's following you?"
He snaps his fingers, and you'll see this pigeon appear on his shoulder, and he just circle, and you'll see the pigeon take off and start looking around. He continues kind of doing his check off while he waits for that. He doesn't really give you an answer until after he's finished scanning all of you guys, and you see the light in his eyes fade away, and he says, "Well, we're not seeing any unauthorized animals in Fort Franco airspace.
It could be invisible.
He'll whisper something into his hand.
I'm pretty sure Gideon could just keep an eye open.
Oh yeah. Hey Gideon, can you see if there's like a imp or something following me?
We are currently clear."
Is that what Gideon says?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Have you seen anything following me recently?
Well, nothing's getting into the Presidium if it's extraplanar in nature.
Like a familiar.
So you've been safe for as long as you've been within the walls.
Okay. Cool. I just don't know. Because I know he totally followed me to Feral. And
He may have had to recall it for some other task.
Potentially.
Familiars do have their limits, after all. Are we quite done here? As he kind of approaches the final commanding officer with the clipboard in hand now, and this fellow is a kind of a tall black dragonborn. He says, "Yeah, just short bit of business here with your accoutrements, folks. We've got a lot of high-profile individuals on base today for security reasons. As I'm sure you can all understand, we are asking everyone entering the premises to disarm."
Lauren looks really unhappy about that. Well, I guess it doesn't matter to her because she can do everything else.
Given the situation, we are aware that there is a possibility of infiltration in the event that.
They're not asking us to give up our magic items, though, right? Like we can keep those on.
He's got a list in his hand of everything the mage detected, and he's asking for weapons and other dangerous items. And he's going to be going down the checklist like, what is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? The mage saw this. What is that?
I like the idea that they're like, okay, so your cloak is magical, and that cloak is magical, and that cloak is magical.
Got it. The blindfold's magical. The dagger's magical. That's got to go with us. The sword's magic. That's coming with us. Does the shield do anything dangerous? Be honest. But they are asking basically for weapons, magic items of a dangerous nature. They're not asking you to give up, clothing or armor, but they are saying everyone is going to be turning in weapons. They will be on hand in the event of an incident, and you've proven yourselves trustworthy in the midst of it. But
they might need to make an insight check on Burberry, just because whenever he explains what the goggles do, it sounds so dumb.
The commanding officer is just like, got it. What's this? And as he moves on to the next item, doesn't seem remotely fazed by the goggles.
No, I know, it's just that, these goggles let me see in the daytime.
Noelle will turn in her rapier and her crossbow, which I know is really sad because they've been so useful. But surely they wouldn't make a bard give up her lyre.
We need that too, ma'am.
I think the mage will be called to question upon you sort of protesting. It's like, but my lyre, really? The sergeant will kind of call him over. It's like, what does this thing do? And the mage will kind of pull you aside. If you'll give me 10 minutes, please. He is going to identify it and see what it does.
It just
If you
it enhances magic, that's all it does. But
Okay. You see the sergeant kind of think about it, and he says, all right, hold on to it.
cool. I'll play a little ditty as I walk out of the room.
Can I? I would like to be keeping an eye out for Alexi.
Sure. Honestly, I think while you guys are sorting through all of your things, you would probably actually see Alexi making his way up the road towards the fort. He is not dressed in his usual warden attire. Usually he's got like a dark robe with that kind of seafoam cloak over his shoulders, but today he is wearing a pretty plain like white dress shirt, slacks, high-cut boots, and just a nice kind of silver vest on top. And as he approaches, he kind of holds his hands up, pulls out, tiny little pamphlet of identifying papers, starts going through the check-in process, gives you guys a wave as he gets closer. And eventually, he will be able to actually approach you and ask, so, how's it going? Has Noelle got pulled aside? He kind of looks over at the table where the mage is currently waving his hand over her lyre.
I tell you, it's just a musical instrument.
I just have.
We're gonna need the dogs over here.
Do they give
Their
Lauren a
fucking
hard time
fantasy TSA.
over her tattoo?
They definitely ask you what it is.
It makes
Because they would have detected that it is magical.
It's big, beefy, strong tattoo. You can't hurt me.
Alright, what about the sickle?
Honestly, I have never used it to attack anybody with. Because
Still a sharp implement, man. We're gonna need to hold on to that.
but I am a sharp implement in myself. I could turn into a bear, and then I have a whole row of teeth.
Lauren, half the people in the room will be able to level the room in fire or ice or claws. I humor them. Alexi's just kind of in your ear.
Fine.
You
I
see,
want that
this is
back,
why
though.
he needs to stay in here. He keeps me in check.
Yeah, see, you guys fucked up. I listened to him, nobody else. And I barely listened to him.
Lauren, you might not want to add that if you're trying to rest your case.
Hey.
So,
I listened to him more than most. That's an accomplishment in itself.
to wrap up with the checkpoint, is there anything anybody is trying to smuggle in?
He's nuts.
I think legitimately
Roll
at this
sleight of
point,
hand for your nuts.
Ooh, shit, okay.
I
Also,
don't
it's
think
canon now.
Burberry
Lauren
has
has nuts.
used any of his weaponry for
Haha,
several
not so
sessions.
funny now, is it?
What kind of nuts?
Pack of trail mix.
It's pecans.
Yeah.
I get munchy. I'm not allowed to bring nuts in with me? The fuck is this?
The ambassador from Irwin has a nut allergy.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, no. Here's a good question. Does one of us have a bag of holding?
You
Someone's
do
got
all,
to.
I assume, have your bag is holding on you, unless you left them at the Presidium.
Well, so I don't actually have one, but
Okay.
the question is, would they make you empty out the bag?
They would just ask that you give them the bag to hold on to. They don't have to search it, but they don't want it in the room.
Aww. I was really hoping they dumped out the bag and then they just saw all the inappropriate things Lauren had in it, and she's just like, we should.
It's like being at the TSA.
We would rather not have the capacity for a rift into the astral plane be readily available during a meeting of high-level government officials. Please hand over any extra-dimensional spaces that may be on your person. They will be returned to you after the assembly.
Are
My
you-
wallet?
Will that one tear a hole in the astral plane if it's put into another wallet?
Maybe.
Actually, no.
No.
Oh yeah, because it's in my bag.
Well, because
Yeah,
technically it's a portal that's
It's not
to
extra
another-
dimensional.
Exactly. See, that's how Handelar gets away with it. So they don't care about your wallets.
Okay, cool.
Sweet.
Those I think are an
You
old.
just dump the
well-known-
bag of holding into the wallet.
Yes, the wallet with the very small opening for all of your many illicit goods.
Oh wait, that's right. Lauren doesn't have the giant dick anymore. She had to leave it on Pirate Island.
I just
Oh.
forgot I was muted.
Also, Burberry
no.
offers whoever's searching him a squid sickle because that includes the chill box.
I was gonna say, you're not gonna take my dog, are you?
The one with the gun strapped to his collar.
Cut to the dog with the gun sticking out of his mouth.
Yes,
Can you take
yes,
the gun
yes.
out of him?
Nope.
He's gonna have to wait outside.
Alright, Bark, fly the perimeter. You need to get used to flying anyways, don't you give me that.
Flies away. So, any smuggling happening?
No,
No.
Okay.
that sounds like
So-
a lot of work for no reason.
For
Which
the
weapon
duration-
do you want to take?
All of them.
All
No,
of
it's
them,
just
sir.
like it for cinematography purposes. Like you see little Lauren getting her things searched, and then you see Noelle getting her things searched, and then you get to Barnaby, and it's just a huge pile of stuff on the table.
That's down a crossbow, two
Battle
battle axes, a longbow, a gun, another gun.
Oh god, if we're going through John's inventory of weapons,
It's just the disarmament scene from fucking Honor Among Thieves.
Yeah.
You know,
I think-
it's funny. Like I'm looking at my sheet because I'm like, how many things would I have to give up? And I literally have 2 things that I would have to surrender. 2.
Yep. Same here.
I have one thing.
Well, depending on if they count the censer as a weapon or not.
Mm,
I have 1 rapier, 1 glaive, 2 hand axes, and 4 javelins, and a serpent longsword.
anything else to declare, sir?
John flexes these guns.
Yes,
we
if
can't-
you so much as touch any of my guns, I will find you.
I will
And we
know.
will have a conversation.
Don't.
Noted, sir.
Please stop.
Pack him up as he, one of the grunts picks all your stuff up in a big wrap and, ties it off and puts it into the wagon and all the other stuff. So you guys are all given tickets to reclaim your items. You see that there is this wagon that they basically set up, kind of this big, heavy, armored, like a bank wagon almost. They've converted into the check-in. And they do assure you these will be on hand in the event of an attack. If you are willing to fight back against it, these are available to be returned to you at a moment's notice. So, meeting is that way, as he points towards the central sort of bastion of the fort, under which you guys found the teleportation chamber last time you were here at the fort. And you will be told that most of the other delegations have already arrived, though we're still waiting on a few folk from Freeport. But make yourselves comfortable. There is a lunch service if you're hungry. I think the meeting's scheduled to start in the next 15 minutes here, so.
Are we wanting to take our 15-minute break now before?
We can do that now. Yeah, that's a good time. So, break here. Be back by 8:50-ish, and we can begin your big boy meeting with the Eastern Alliance.
Okie dokie. Switch and break.
All right.
Straight back.
You want to continue? All right. So, picking up as you guys leave the heavily manned checkpoint at the gate to Fort Franco, you are led as a group towards the bastion by a small escort of 8 armed guards. And as you approach, you can see that there are a number of carriages that are sort of parked off to the side of the front door, and horses that have been tied up either at various posts around sort of this sort of front yard, or stabled not too far off from the front door on the other side. And as you reach the gates, you see a pair of guards standing at attention. Both step forward, grab hold of the handles, pull them open with a mighty yank, and you are able to follow your escort inside. And you find yourselves in the antechamber, the foyer for the Fort Bastion. And you do recall passing through here, some of you at least, on the way to the teleportation chamber of the dungeons. But you are led across this chamber towards another pair of heavy double doors, which are similarly attended, pulled open for you, and you are allowed passage into a very large, well-lit, domed meeting chamber. There's a large circular table in the middle of the room, and sconces along the walls, banners depicting various settlements, city-states, and small kingdoms that compose the Eastern Alliance, with the actual Eastern Alliance's red banner sort of taking up the wall space directly across from the store as you step in. And sort of milling all about the room are, you would count probably like 30, maybe 40 people in total. They seem to be clustered into these sort of small cliques, almost groups. Central to all of them, there are individuals wearing very showy sort of silken robes or suits. But accompanying all of them, you see individuals wearing Eastern Alliance colors, dressed in the cut of either mages or personal security. And there's a decent variety of folk kind of milling about here and sort of partaking of the food spread that's been kind of set up along the walls of this chamber, which you can see there's meats and cheeses and fruits and all kinds of things that have been set out for people. And as you all enter, I think the chatter in the room very quickly dies down as all heads sort of turn to take you in. And all at once, this outburst of applause from every person standing in this room. And you hear a very tiny voice from the far side of the room calling out, "Is it the Lost Emeralds? Is it the Lost Emeralds?" And you see hopping up onto the table this like 2.5 foot tall rat in a silk robe. And he lets out an excited squeak, and then, "Oh, it's them!" All at once, there's just this crush of people that kind of come towards you, all kind of extending hands, hoping to shake, and just very, graciously, "Thank you so much for everything you did for Freeport. The Eastern Alliance, so many people would have died without all of you. Oh my goodness, you've done so much for the city and for all of us. You're an inspiration." It's just this outpouring of emotion from these people. Alexi, I think, will just kind of like lean in and be like, "I'm going to grab a drink," and just kind of like skirt this whole thing and make for the food tables.
Grab me one too, please.
I think Noelle just immediately defaults into like dealing with people mode and just starts like acknowledging and shaking hands and like drawing attention to herself to like pull it, so that nobody else gets like super overwhelmed.
Sure.
Lauren's loving this attention. She's all in. She's looking for hunkies. She's having a great time.
Burberry hides behind John.
John's just kind of stoically standing there, like, I don't know what to do right now.
Well, I can help you. I'm gonna
Gideon's
fly
right
up.
there with you.
I'm gonna fly up and over to the food bar.
Lauren's like, I ripped out its fucking beak.
The little rat has like pushed through the crowd, and this is like, I heard about that. It's so exciting. And he'll reach up his little paw. Ambassador Falbalar of Bryshaw at your service. I hear you made use of our circles down at the port when you blew up that ship.
Oh yeah,
We did, actually.
So exciting.
I did blow up that ship. Lauren's like, yeah, I killed the monster. I blew up the ship. I almost killed Noelle in the process.
Over
Everything's fine.
1,000 dead, I heard. All by your hand. So impressive. God, what heroes. And he'll wave towards the rear of the party. He's like, make some room, everyone. Please, please, please. And he starts beckoning. Raw, come on. This is Ambassador Raw. He's from Handlar. And you see kind of like very tenderly kind of sidling through people this like 7.5 foot tall Wookiee looking man, just
Is he hunky?
long shaggy hair, covers his entire body including his face. You can just kind of barely make out his eyes kind of poking out from inside this mane, pointed ears kind of poking out, but he is wearing a pair of spectacles like kind of pinched on the end of his nose, and a fairly nice, if maybe a little bit too large of a cut of kind of a black suit over everything. And he'll just very quietly stick a hand out to you all and say, Ambassador Aurora for Handlar, pleasure. It's a great honor, really.
Does this guy look like any race we've ever seen before? Or?
Roll a nature check.
I'm glad we're not in combat today. My rolls this session have been 6, 6, 1, 7. That is a 8.
You know, I don't know if you've ever seen one.
John got a 16.
This might be a bugbear.
Lauren got a 3
Oh wait, it's technically a 9.
for nature.
Yeah.
No, Lauren's distracted by hunks.
Are there hunks though? DM, clarify.
There's gotta be one.
There's gotta be hunky. There gotta be a hunky.
19 for Burberry.
Yeah, this is a bugbear.
Oh, okay.
A Lauren. The room is composed primarily of either the two very hairy individuals, somewhat venerable-looking statesmen, their personal guard, or mages who are sort of in their company. I think the hunkiest people are probably going to be the security folk. But I will say, with your passive perception, there is one hunky individual who I think you would take notice of.
Let's go.
He is sort of standing off to the side, talking quietly with this dragonborn woman, a bronze dragonborn, who appears to be very, very high rank, judging from the amount of like gold and like chains and medals hanging off of her uniform. But this man is tall, dark-skinned, shaved head. He is wearing a sort of a deep maroon Eastern Alliance coat. And he's only got a couple of medals pinned to the breasts, but you recognize one of them is actually the same solar medal that you guys were awarded for your work on Montybon.
Okay.
Similarly, very, very high level award. And he's mid-conversation with this person when he glances over to you, and you see him kind of crack a smile and just nod in your direction. And it strikes you, you've met this guy before.
No. Who the fuck this guy?
You broke this guy out of prison on Daggermore.
Interesting.
She gonna walk up to him and be like, "Aren't you a familiar face, huh?"
You see the Dragonborn kind of take a step back and say, "And you must be a Lauren." She'll stick a hand out. "Admiral of the Navy, Drum Faithril Filiasa."
We'll never.
From
remember
what? How to
Drum-
what?
that. Yeah, right.
Drum fill.
Did you write that down, please?
What?
You may call me Admiral Filiasa.
It's not any better.
Admiral, got it.
Yes,
Admiral Phil.
Admiral Filiasa.
Admiral Phila.
Excellent work at the
Can you
port
put
this past
spelling
week.
in the chat, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
'Cause I'm not good.
I will put it in characters.
Thank you.
What the fuck?
It's even crazier than I imagined.
I know, right?
I say we just dub him Admiral Drunk Phil.
She.
She.
It is a dragonborn woman, bronze dragonborn.
Drum Ethereal? Okay.
Drum
Yeah, that's why I said
Faithril.
Admiral Drunk Phil.
Drum Faithril.
Okay.
But she introduces herself, Admiral of the Navy, Drum Faithril Filiasa, at your service, please. You may call me Admiral Filiasa. Everyone does. Wanted to thank you for your work at the docks. I haven't had a chance to do so personally yet, but thank you and your friends. You
Yes,
did
of course.
damn good work.
It was fun carrying at least one of them to death, but
She kind of takes note of this exchange that you just had with the prison break fellow she's talking to, and says, "I take it you two know each other then."
oh yeah.
"We're acquainted," he will say, and she'll say, "Well, I'll leave you two to it. Go ahead and mingle. We've got a meeting to get ready for." And she'll kind of back off and head back into the crowd. But this fellow, Derek Lugo, will turn back to you and say, "I heard you might be attending.
What are you
been a while.
doing here?
Working."
Are you a spy?
He
What?
winks.
Yo, insight check this motherfucker right now. Ooh, that's a great insight. Perfect.
Don't tell anyone. I'll be at a desk for the rest of my fucking career.
19 plus 8.
There is a very different countenance to the man you're talking to today versus the man you broke out of prison on Daggermore. On Daggermore, he struck you as a captive sailor with no real clue why he was there. But there is a certainty and confidence to his carriage right now that
What's his name again? Sorry.
this
Derek
is
Lugo.
Derek Lugo.
Thank you.
I think Lauren's like, why were you on Daggermore? And why the hell did we break you out of prison? On Daggermore.
We'll be talking about that later, I think.
So what's your
and
relationship
you-
with Segan?
Shh. He'll just hold up a
No,
finger.
don't shush me.
He'll pull
Seems
you
very
over to the
valuable.
drinks, grab you a drink, put it in your hands, and say, "It's very complicated,
She'll
as
Give
this
him-
job tends to be."
a glare and drink the drink.
He'll very quietly kind of lean in and just say, "In the interest of not blowing that entire situation wide open, I was planning to leave him out of today's conversation. Can I trust you to do the same?"
Why?
Because he's still an active asset. Compromise
like-
him here. If we're overheard, he's done. And we lose our only eye on Daggermore.
Insight check again. A 10. He seems to be telling the truth.
This man conducts himself with the countenance of a very practiced and very accomplished liar. And I think it is impossible for you to get a solid read on him,
That's
whether or not
dangerous.
he's being disingenuous or not.
I think she's not gonna respond to that. Instead, she'll take the drink and probably start to walk away.
Before you walk away, he will just kind of place a hand on your shoulder and just say, I will be presenting today, one among many. I'd ask you to at least hear out what I have to say before you make any sorts of decisions. Fair?
She will not give him a response. She'll just kind of look at him, give him a drink, and walk away.
He'll just take a sip of his drink and...
I think, well, no, maybe she'll be like, after this, you and I are having a conversation.
If I can find some time. I think we'll probably be talking quite a bit down the line, depending on how your party decides to engage with all of this. And you are really the only unknown left on the table. Well, on our side at least.
What do you mean by that?
Well, no one's really sure how far you're willing to take this.
I blew up his shit.
Maybe that's the end of it. You're not military. You're not Gatewatch. You're a warden. And you got a priest among your number. I can't say anyone in this room would imagine a group like that getting involved in an active war effort. But we've been wrong before. I hope we are.
She's just scrutinizing the fuck out of him. There's no trust there.
That's fair.
Absolutely zero.
He's going to grab a handful of cheese and crackers and just... We're going to get a plate before we get started. Excuse me. Start fixing himself some food.
I think she'll go find Noelle and be like, dude.
What's going on?
Fucking Derek Lugo's here. The guy we broke out of Daggermore? She'll lower her voice when she says Segan. He's here. He's gonna present.
That's very confusing.
I trust nothing that he says.
I assume, are there any other people around here that we recognize? Outside of just people we've seen in the Eastern Alliance locally? East Alliance.
There's a couple of familiar faces. You do recognize a another Dragonborn in military dress, an Emerald Dragonborn, brilliant green, almost crystalline scales, as Vice Admiral Clacaris O'Gill from Mooring.
Okay.
And eventually, when she gets to you in all of this, she says, "It's good to see you again. Glad you all survived. Can't imagine what that was like."
It's been harrowing, but we've all made it here.
Oh, that's twice now you've saved our asses. Looking to make it a hat trick?
I think we're gonna find out today.
Fingers crossed. Good to see you. So she is here. I think you would also see off to the side, sort of already in her seat and just kind of quietly enjoying a cup of tea and some biscuits she pulled from the table. A senior priestess of the conclave, Mother Boldenil, from the Temple Viridia in northern Freeport. And she's just been sort of quietly watching the proceedings. She'll kind of give Burberry a small wave as she catches sight of him.
Is this the one that Burberry... I don't know if we in character know this, but is it the one they told her the whole story? They did that with one of the priests, I remember.
I think Boldenil was in on that, yeah.
Yeah, he told her because we kept coming back here.
Right. Okay. I was like, I know there was one. I don't remember which one. But...
Lauren, you would also recognize... I'm sure everyone else would also recognize that this is a conservator, but Lauren, you would recognize him by name. A wood elf man named Stromael Umbar is present.
Do I know who that is specifically?
Yeah. The resemblance as he stands face to face with Gideon, even with his blindfold and horns and wings, is pretty telling. And they have a very short exchange. Gideon just very quietly says, I hope that we can at least go today without another lecture. Stromael just kind of flares his nostrils and shakes his head. For today. Before he pulls away and busies himself amidst the crowd.
I think she'll walk up to the conservator. Was he there at the meeting when she yelled at everybody?
He was definitely there, yeah.
Cool. She's gonna go up and be like, so, how much trouble am I in?
Lauren.
Hello.
I was told to expect you here. I take it you're well.
Grand.
How's the Gatewatch treating you?
Nicely.
Good. Good.
This guy seems talkative.
Is he not answering her question?
He seems to be sort of mulling over how much to say at this point. He does kind of roundabout bring it up. He says, you caused quite the stir at the meeting the other day. Your name's still coming up on a daily basis.
Lovely.
I believe the steward is hoping to talk with you after this is all done.
Like this meeting? I don't know if I can do 2 meetings in one day. That
Well.
sounds like a lot.
When you have time. We are under the impression you are quite heavily involved in these proceedings.
Yeah, I got some information to share.
Oh. As I said, as soon as you're able. He does want to talk.
So am I, like, in trouble? I just want to know what to be, like, mentally preparing for.
The steward has asked that we leave the issue of your disruption to him and focus on the business of caring for the people of the Emerald Coast.
Okay, probably in trouble. Got it. Cool. Sweet. That's fine. It was worth it.
I'm not sure that I disagree.
Oh, he's agreeing with her right now?
That's what it sounds like.
She's like, oh shit. Cool. Okay. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. Well, I'll leave you to it. I'm sure the meeting is going to start soon, so...
Yes, well, suppose we should find our seats.
Yep.
Yeah, so he is here. Gideon obviously is here. Alexi is here. Alexi will definitely sit like across the table from Stormail, like next to you guys. And Gideon. There are. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It looks like 11 foreign officials present here. One of which I will point out. I think Burberry would probably notice first, given their dress. Appears to be a dragonborn wearing this sort of heavy, voluminous, sort of silvery robe, and like a full face white mask, very similar to the one that Burberry wears. With sort of a black kind of like underguard kind of wrapping around the back of their neck. You can make out what looks like brass colored kind of spines sort of protruding out the back from the back of their head. But they appear to be one of the dignitaries visiting from outside of Freeport. They've kind of come with an East Alliance retinue and a mage of their own.
More kobolds.
So, eventually the doors will fly open. You will see...
Point that out.
You will see a couple members of the sheriff's office in their kind of dusters and hats kind of escorting a kind of flyaway haired, kind of flop sweat ridden, over makeuped man in a very like bright green pinstriped suit. As he pushes in, he says, "I'm so sorry, I'm late, everyone. Very sorry. I apologize. Carriage broke a wheel on the road out here. We really need to get that paved. Next term, am I right?"
Can I
Robin Crew, Magistrate Robin Crew, everyone. As he starts kind of shaking hands with the faces he doesn't recognize, which is mostly the Lost Emeralds.
Magistrate.
He's just kind of waving at everyone. It's like, "Hey, Trick, good to see you. Aubrey, all right, looking good. Shall we get ready?" As he sits down. Yeah, this is Magistrate Robin Crew.
Robin Crew.
Is he like the mayor?
Yeah.
I have to admit, it's very impressive that he got elected magistrate with a name like Robin Crew.
Mm-hmm. As he is busying himself glad-handing, the Admiral, Filiasa, will clear her voice. So, "It looks like everyone's here. If we could please take a seat and get this thing underway." And you will see everyone kind of very quickly filter into their seats. The Admiral remains standing at the head of the table, and hands clasped behind her back. She will say, "I assume that I need no introduction myself, but for those of you who are unfamiliar with your peers at the table, if we could please go around and introduce ourselves, that we know who we are talking to and who we will be coordinating with for the remainder of this ordeal." As I said, I am Admiral of the Navy, Drumafay Thrill Filiasa. At my side here, I have Officer Derek Lugo, Eastern Alliance Intelligence, and Diviner Zinfarin Rashithrea, as she points to a wood elf who is standing kind of off to her other side, also with Eastern Alliance Intelligence.
What's his name again?
The Diviner?
Yes.
Zinfarin Rashithrea.
Hey Jacob, do you have like a thing where you can just send
Pretend
us?
to chat again.
every-
I will copy paste these all into chat for you. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
From there, sitting fairly close to the Admiral is a high elven woman wearing this sort of just very, very slick, simple black ensemble stand up. Prime Minister Krimbod Sozida, everyone, thank you again. She'll very quickly sit down. Next to her, Robin Crew stands up. Robin Crew, everyone, good to see you all again. Next to him, the very large, oversized rat. Ambassador Fabula from Bryshaw. Pleasure to meet some unfamiliar faces. Next to him, an at first glance looks like a dark elf, but there are patches of sort of pale skin kind of marking the jaw and neck, and some odd streaks of color in the hair that you would recognize marks them as a sable elf. This woman stands up. Ambassador Helena Verano from Irwin. Next to her is the masked dragonborn. Sister Vosiragerth.
Okay, if you can't even pronounce the name, Jacob, we're in trouble.
It's dragonborn, alright? I don't know what you want from me. The name generator spoke. I am just its humble
It just channels through him to us.
Yeah. Next to the Platinum Sister, Vice Admiral Clarice O'Gill stands up, introduces herself. Around the table from them, a human man, Ambassador Aaron Willis, Blackcaster. Next to him, another human man, Ambassador Rocco Hart from Morit. Next to him, a female human, Ambassador Aubrey Hunts from Bathla. Next to her, a tall, bald, blue-skinned, amphibious-looking fellow, neither sea elf nor Triton, but Vidalcan. Ambassador Atric of Sonnery. Next to him, a significantly shorter, pointed-nosed, long braid kind of coming down over the shoulder. Ambassador Tifferhana Strongfern from Chaser, gnomish woman. Next to her, the 7.5-foot tall Ambassador Roar, the bugbear from Handalar. Next to him, Ambassador Brilema Rolbert from Gosefheim, a dwarvish woman with a pair of thick blonde braids. And at this point, we have rounded the table towards your party. Gideon is first in line. He will very quietly stand up and introduce himself. Marshal Gideon Umbar, Presidium 12. Sit down. Next is Alexi McCurian. I'm representing myself here today.
They're sitting next to
This is
each
a try.
other.
Excuse me. Oh, sit back down. And then your group.
Alright, I guess Alorn will stand up. Alorna Gulath. Lost Emeralds.
Is that just the rat guy?
There is a smattering of applause, but the rat is definitely like chief among them.
Noel Kodamach of the Lost Emeralds.
I'll help you.
Burberry Branchfield, satellite member of the Conclave.
He like sits down so fast. Like
Sure. That would just leave Barnaby and John there.
Barnaby Ray Otis the Third. Hobgoblin.
You definitely get like a knowing look from the bugbear across the table as he just kind of like adjusts his glasses and kind of doubles down his clap a little bit for you. Brother.
Are me and Noel the only people that have claim to be parts of the Lost Emerald.
Yes.
Okay, anyways, please continue.
Well, there's still John left.
Yeah.
And
No,
I've been
oh,
clear from the
jeez.
beginning.
Oh, I know. I was expecting that from you.
Yeah.
It just cracked me up.
I don't even know
Yeah.
if there are satellite members of the Conclave. I assume there are since I haven't.
That's a fair descriptor.
What's a sound?
John, if you're talking, you're muted. If not, we can say you have introduced yourself.
Oh, was I
There you go.
Did you want me
If you
first
want.
to introduce myself?
If you want to introduce yourself.
Is there a person taking the minutes?
Yes, there is a guy off to the side, a dwarvish man with a kind of close-cropped, dark beard with a book open. He's very quickly jotting everything down as he goes.
And are there any attending people who aren't important?
Yeah, there's a lot of people kind of standing around the periphery of this room. Some of them, a decent number of them have congregated around the food tables and are just kind of quietly snacking while they watch and listen. Some of them are taking notes. Others are just kind of there either for security or because they're very clearly mages there for
Can I flag
purposes.
down one of the people taking notes?
Yeah, sure.
I'll say,
I do apologize for bothering you. I'm not very well versed with any of these people. Do you think you could write down their names for me?
She'll just kind of pat you on the shoulder and nod, like, don't worry. She'll get you a sheet later. So probably 5 minutes later, she's kind of just slips it into your hand during the meeting.
yeah, and I'm just gonna say this for my own because I'm not gonna remember half of these names. So if I want to refer to anybody, Burberry's probably just gonna pull up the list and be like,
This person.
Yes.
John's just gonna give a basic introduction of himself, nothing fancy.
no, but what comes after John? You just say, I'm John in the center.
That's what I did. It worked well.
I would just say I'm John Stone. I'm from I forgot the name of my town already.
Helmfirth?
Helmsfirth?
Helmfirth, yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful list. Thank you.
Apprentice.
These are not. Don't click on those links, please. That's not supposed to be there.
It's fine. I mostly just wanted it for spelling so I could put it in my notes.
Because that would give access to my notes, which is
That's code.
not.
Quick, click on all the.
All the plots so you can solve them.
No, they're gone. Ha! Fuck you.
No. And the whole ending.
Okay.
I'm John Stone. I'm from Helmsworth, apprentice to the local guildmaster Bram.
Okay, and Lauren's totally gonna go to Noelle and be like, looks like we're the only lost emeralds.
We lost a few
Or
emeralds.
Lost Emerald.
We lost
They got
everyone.
lost.
We
I mean-
lost everyone. Where did they
Keeps
all
happening.
go?
To be fair, technically, aren't you just the emeralds now because they found you and they're staring at you?
John ends with part of the Lost Emeralds.
Okay, we got another emerald.
We've got
Three
three.
of the five.
There's 3 of us.
All right, yeah, I'm one of them.
Oh, thank
All
you.
right. We got 4.
The rat's just like, oh, they're lovely. The Admiral of the Naval will hold up a hand, like, all right, very good, very good. Well, obviously, it's not any secret why we're here. You are all aware of the devastation that quite nearly befell Freeport this past week at the arraignment of one Ransal Bloodbeard, notorious pirate, one of the 7 lords of Daggermore. His arraignment was due to be held the morning of the 26th and was interrupted by the appearance of his ally, one Loshrog, as well as a number of cultists, elementals, and a really big fucking monster that came out of the harbor. Thankfully, the Lost Emeralds were in town and put the thing down in short order, for which we are very grateful. It is our belief that this brazen attack was nothing short of a declaration of war. We've known of Lasharog and his ilk for years now, but he has never made an attack this brazen or this destructive. And so, in light of that, as well as the recent events regarding the Red Solstice, of which we are all familiar, and the Eastern Alliance suspects is connected, it is important that we as allies and members of the Alliance work together and make sure that this bastard doesn't get another chance to do what he tried to do last week. We've assembled you here under the auspices of a secure and thorough debriefing, both from Eastern Alliance intelligence as well as some outside sources. And she'll kind of gesture vaguely over towards your sides of the table.
That's us.
Alexei will just kind of raise a hand. I did not expect us to develop an entire grand strategy in an afternoon, but it is my hope that in meeting your allies today and familiarizing your mages with the important players in this theater of battle, that we can, in the coming weeks, very quickly coordinate and formulate a response to what is surely going to be a very ugly and messy war effort. To start, I'm going to hand this off to two of our intelligence officers, Derek Lugo and Zenferin Reshathareo. If you would please. You'll see Derek just kind of gesture for Zeneffer to stand up first. And he will sort of unfold a small series of papers that were under his arm. Well, hello, everyone. Good to meet you all. Suppose we'll start with general background. Eastern Alliance intelligence has been surveilling Lasharog and his allies on Daggermore for, quite nearly 50 years. They have been intermittently active in our waters, but have, through various means, both mundane and arcane, repeatedly evaded capture. Scrying efforts on Lasharog have historically proven extremely ineffective, and we would advise against committing resources to such an effort on your own behalves unless you are confident in the prowess of your diviners. He has proven to be a highly resilient and evasive target for long-range divination. Therefore, we've had to rely on secondary sources as well as reports from men on the ground. And there's just sort of a vague nod towards Derek as he says this. We know that Lasharog began his career in piracy before the 7th incursion. Gideon will pipe up. And you'll see Reshathareo just kind of like nod and swallows. Yes, the 7th incursion. He was primarily active in the eastern Sea of Halan, off the coast of Elthor during that time, but we believe that following the 7th incursion, he came to the Emerald Sea, seeking communion with the powers that made themselves known during that period. Arguably, he made some manner of connection, as Eastern Alliance's intelligence has noted a rapid increase in capacity and reach during the early years of his operations around here. Since then, he has amassed a significant following across the Emerald Sea, as well as neighboring waters. We know that he has been active in the Sabian Sea, as well as the Nocassian, and we have heard reports that he has also been active in the Sea of Seldar, on the western coast of Lethor as well. More to the point, on the day of the arraignment, we all received confirmation of just how widespread Lashrog's influence is. We have received and are still receiving reports of cultist insurgencies in the cities of Freeport, Chaser, Sonnery, Bryshore, Irwin, Warnala, Plycaster, Morit, Bathlar, Handalar, and Goshafheim. But we have also received from field agents, as well as allies abroad, reports that cultist activity seems to be active in Fainith, as far as Elthor, in Morshin, Alcer, and Oryx in Cathrazil, Malthor, Arthand, and Cherisar in Simor Minor, and even the Kosanos and Malbel on the coast of Inigard, out west. We are still waiting on confirmation of many of these preliminary reports. But we believe it is important that we are prudent and prepare for the worst. It is not clear exactly how large Lashrog's cult is, but we estimate they number in the thousands and are likely widespread across the northwestern Halan, perhaps even further abroad. As far as their resources, we do not have an exact count on his personal treasury or fleet. Since the arraignment, we have received reports of attacks on military bases across the Emerald Sea from forces composed of military-grade mages and trained combatants, though they numbered in the minority, as most attackers, seeming members of this cult, were little more than armed rabble-rousers. We do know that Lashrog himself is clearly an accomplished mage, likely to the point of being a pioneer in the field of Arcana. It is therefore unknown exactly what his capacity is in terms of magical reach and ability, but it is clear that he is capable of incredible feats of extraplanar conjuration and control of extremely powerful and destructive fiends. Feats that we have only seen a few times over the history of Vergos. We do know Lashrog does have an extensive network of ships and captains under his command, though pinning them down has, as always, been an ongoing and difficult task. They operate chiefly through secrecy, subterfuge, and raw violence. Point being, we do know that Lashrog has a significant naval presence in the Emerald Sea and neighboring waters, which does give him the capacity to present a significant, though not overwhelming, threat. We should note here that Lashrog's capital ship, dubbed the Cetus, formerly the EAS Triumph, was destroyed on the day of the arraignment by the Lost Emeralds, as he gestures in your direction. And again, there's a smattering of applause. Very excited from the little rat man across the table from you. Given the loss of a capital ship, we believe it is likely that they will fall back on Ranshall Bloodbeard's old capital ship, the Belasco's Bane, whose whereabouts have been lost since his capture. We know that the ship left the harbor within the week following Bloodbeard's delivery to Freeport, and has not been sighted since. And we fear that it may have similar enchantments to that which La Chirag's capital ship had on it. We are still delving the wreckage, as much of the ship's deck was booby-trapped with hidden glyphs, alarms, and other arcane wards, making exploration costly and difficult. But we are very sure that the Cetus had at least 120 guns to its name across 4 decks. Additionally, the masts of this ship appeared to be capable of conjuring incredible, wide-ranging weather events. At present, the Cetus is inoperable. We have been unable to reactivate these masts, but we believe that it is how his ship moved and maintained cover over the course of his career of piracy. We believe that Belasco's Bane has a similar capability. That said, the Bane is not La Chirag's only super weapon in the waters around our fair nation. As has been made clear in last week's arraignment to all, La Chirag seems to have commands over incredibly powerful and destructive fiendish creatures. These creatures have been known to Eastern Alliance intelligence for several years now. We have reports of their sightings dating back to the 410s, and numerous records of engagements with Eastern Alliance vessels since those initial sightings. Some ending in our favor, others less so. Eastern Alliance intelligence has done its best to keep these incidences to itself, and we would urge everyone here to do the same, given the level of panic and economic instability that would follow the release of this information to the general public. He'll kind of look around nervously a little bit, and you see him kind of like linger on Alexei a little bit. The Eastern Alliance does not know much about these creatures ourselves. We've only recently been able to acquire samples, and through working with the Green Wardens and the Syncretic Conclave, we have been able to learn a decent amount about them, including their numbers. But I think it might be best if I hand this off, and he'll kind of trail off a little bit, at which point Alexei will take his rise from his seat, papers in hand, and say, with the Admiral's permission, you'll see the Admiral give him the go-ahead, and he'll start kind of shuffling through his papers. Yes, well, I have been inspecting samples from these creatures that we recovered off the coast of Ferrol. Was the first one we recovered this past year. We have also recovered a number of other samples at various locations around the Emerald Sea. And with them, we have been able to make a rough estimate as to these creatures' numbers. The creature that we killed this past week was not the only one. Should be said now. We believe that there are at least 20 of these things somewhere in the Sea of Halan. As I was informed by the Admiral, actually, and I'm sure you're about to cover this, Eastern Alliance fleet actually hit 7 of these things, killed them over the past 6 months. Although they have repelled at least 11 more. We know that these creatures are fiendish in nature. We have confirmed this thoroughly with the assistance of the Conclave. Thank you, Mother Bolt. No. Although we have had some difficulty ascertaining their exact origin. These creatures do not match any records of anything that came through any gateways from the 7th Incursion. Which means that these were either summoned recently, or perhaps a leftover from a previous incursion. My best guess currently is either the 3rd or the 6th. But I digress. These creatures clearly wield incredible destructive power, as anyone present in Freeport could see. Beam weapons, similar to reports of dragon breath from eons past, capable of leveling city blocks, easily destroying warships. I should note here that I do recommend the Eastern Alliance start investing in iron sides. I have it on good knowledge that there is actually a shipwright in Holborn who's hard at work on just such vessels. He glances very pointedly at you, Lauren, for a split second as he says that. Before he kind of like collects himself, and he says, "I'd be happy to make copies of my findings for any military or strategic considerations any of you might have. I don't know if it's necessarily worth covering all here, but I have." He holds up this wad of papers. Like, I do have extensive documentation regarding this, and I am more than happy to make it available for anyone who needs it. And he'll just kind of take his seat. Yes, well, thank you, Conservator, the Admiral will say. And at this point, she'll say, now, the monsters being what they are, obviously they are second to the bastard commanding them, one Lasharog. Thankfully, we do have some insight into this individual's inner circle, objectives, and operations. Derek, if you would. At this point, Derek Lugal will stand up.
Great, Lauren's glaring at him.
And he's not even looking at you. He'll just kind of clear his throat.
Glare.
This past year, as I was returning to base from an assignment aboard the EAS Desperante, we were attacked by one of these creatures. I was awarded my solar medal for my efforts in repelling this thing, but shortly after, I was captured by La Shirog, or rather by sailors in his employ. I was taken to Daggermore, imprisoned in the island's prison fortress, Razor Brig, and held there for about 3 weeks before I was broken free by these people right here. And he will gesture towards the Lost Emeralds again. In that time, though, I did have an opportunity to learn something about our enemy, my captor at the time. And I hope that in the coming months we can leverage this information to our advantage. Lasharog and his inner circle, initiates in his cult, who seem to be on a separate level from the lower-ranking pirate elements he commanded on Daggermore, seem to be working towards a return to the natural order, as they call it. Based on what I've seen, and I am willing to share my documentation as well, he'll nod to Alexei at that, I and the Eastern Alliance believe that this natural order involves the conquest of the Sea of Halan, potentially all the waters of Vergos, and the creation of an autocratic theocracy centered around the worship of what he calls the Leviathan, which we believe to be the either patron or progenitor of these devil spawn he commands. Obviously, Lasharog would be at the tip top of this dictatorial pyramid, and we believe that the red solstice, this light phenomenon shining from the center of the Sea of Halan, is connected in some fashion to this objective. Unfortunately, we have not been able to ascertain exactly how or why. The divination by the EANI has been unfortunate in our attempts to directly observe this phenomenon, and I would highly advise anyone who does attempt to scry or otherwise divine on those lights to do so at your own risk. You do see beside him the diviner elf just kind of leans back into his chair and shudders a little bit, kind of covers his mouth, looks away. All that said, we are hoping that the Conclave and our other allies across the coast will be able to consult with experts in their fields and perhaps higher powers for a better perspective on the situation. Having said all of that, I would like to open the floor to anyone who does have any information regarding this phenomenon. And at first he's looking at Mother Moldenil, but as you raise your hand, he'll gesture towards you. It's like, please, Alorn, if you would.
Hi there, Alorn. I do have some stuff. After we destroyed his ship, I stayed behind to overhear his conversation with Bloodbeard. Yes, the Bane is the new headquarters, to confirm that. And these monsters are the children of the Leviathan. So they are his spawn. And I think the red light has something to do with a gate that he says is going to open.
Gate. Oh, fuck. Gate, no!
A gate that's going to open at the end of summer.
Summer.
And
The wave of whispers going around the table at this.
Lasharog showed me part of what he was kind of planning, I guess, in my dreams.
Just the rat gasps, nobody else.
Okay. It's just like, he took me to like the middle of the ocean. The red light just grew until it was just all-consuming, and a giant creature came out of the ocean. And I believe that was the Leviathan. It looks the exact same. Right, DM? From what I saw in the dream?
It's a lot fucking bigger.
But it is fucking massive. It is What we have seen is nothing compared to that thing.
The room is very quiet.
Oh, and then I know he's trying to hunt us down. And I've been followed by his familiar. Not in here, I hope.
Lauren just dropped a doomsday prophecy on everyone.
There's like 4 or 5 mages in the room who very quickly cast something on themselves and begin looking around.
We did it before I came in here, but when he came to my dreams, he knew exactly where I was and all that stuff, so.
You'll see them kind of lean over their ambassadors. They're just like, yeah, we're clear, all clear.
Yeah, that's, I don't know if I have anything else to say. He was really mad about his ship being blown up. And she'll have a smirk on her face.
Good, the Admiral says loudly.
Yeah.
And again, there's a smattering of applause around the table.
It was fun. Besides almost killing everyone. Sorry about that again. She'll sit back down.
Don't let me forget that, the Admiral says. Lugo, if you would.
Forget what?
The ship. Lugo will nod and say, well, I suppose I'm here to wrap this up for the intelligence side of things. Our objective with this strategic meeting is to create a united front between all member states of the Eastern Alliance. We invite all of you and your Arcanists here specifically for that purpose. We hope that through these introductions, through this meeting, that we have now created a network through which we can all communicate and coordinate any findings and plans that might develop in the coming weeks to combat this threat.
Lauren will raise her hand again. After he's done talking.
Mm-hmm.
She'll be like, actually, I forgot some stuff that I heard him say. I scryed on him. So he said, ready your ships and make for the Emerald Sea. Men on the mainland ready to move. And I saw him summoning water elementals that he told to destroy the Eastern Alliance. And he is currently on one of the little babies that is bigger than the one we killed. And he's in the ocean somewhere with Bloodbeard, and they're going somewhere. And that's it. That's all I got. Sorry about that.
That's very good to know. No, thank you. And the Admiral nods, like, yes. Well, in light of all this, I personally need to meet with you, and you, as she like points to a handful of people around the table. But before we break, as she stands back up, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the bravery and sacrifice of the brave hero sitting at this table today. Freeport would not be in the shape it's in today, would not be standing and ready to fight if it weren't for you. In recognition of that, she'll kind of rummage around in her coat and pull out several small velvet-lined cases and set them down on the table. Looks like you lot are getting your second solar medals. Congratulations. There is a smattering of applause around the table at this. Given that it's your second, we don't need to stand too much on ceremony as she starts just kind of like frisbee tossing them to all of you. But the Eastern Alliance would also like to offer you a more substantial reward, which we hope you will dedicate to the cause of seeing this bastard brought to justice. We would like to offer your party a non-cash reward in the form of goods or services totaling 100,000 gold pieces.
Holy cow.
To be redeemed through any Eastern Alliance naval base or military installation.
Lauren doesn't ask this out loud, but is that per person or in total?
That's in total.
Okay, cool. Just wanted
That's in
clarification.
Your party.
Okay.
Would that possibly include using your
And he actually like messages her the last part.
the teleportation circles?
And you will hear you don't see her like mouth move at all, but you hear her clear as day in your head as she replies, I plan to talk to you about that.
He just nods. He wasn't sure if they wanted the non Eastern Alliance people to know about those, so he's just erring on the side of caution.
Yeah. I mean, everyone in here is basically Eastern Alliance. But
well, I only
she
say that because I
will-
know like there's other there's Green Wardens and Conclave folk in here too. So it's just,
yeah. That's fair. That's fair. I think you will also see her pull out a couple more medals and also offer them to both Alexi and Gideon, as well as a comparable reward of 20,000 in goods and services
I
to be
think
redeemed at their
Lauren
disposal.
Lauren will listen to Lex and be like, you can get a new magic carpet. Sorry about that.
oh, he's gonna kill you.
It's never
I
going to
was killed.
replace old Carpy, though.
Yeah, I think
It's not a name.
Gideon would also join him on killing a Lauren, so.
With that said, she will say, well, with that, I think our strategic meeting can be brought to a close. Make sure everyone's got everybody's names, contact information before you leave. And with the 5 of you, follow me, please. She'll point to the lost emeralds at the table.
Nope. Lauren's gonna make eye contact with Hugo.
Lugo?
Lugo, and she's gonna be like, I'm gonna find you.
He's following the admiral.
Oh, he is? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Never mind.
You will
Well,
find
you
him
very,
very
very
I'm
quickly.
finding him very fast.
As you guys step out of this sort of central round chamber, back into the foyer, and then kind of make your way down the hall towards a side room. Much smaller meeting chamber. Long table, no windows, a few sconces on the wall light up as you step inside. Filiasa sits down at the head of the table and just kind of gestures for everyone to fill in. So, I'll cut right to the chase. How deep into this are you guys willing to go? Because we could really fucking use you.
I think we are in it for the long haul at this point.
I think even if we're not in it, it's in us.
Exactly.
That's
That
what she
sounds
said.
wrong. Hey, that sounds nope.
Not
I'm
only are
gonna
they
say it.
after us, if they succeed with
Lugo
what-
just is like covering his mouth, like
I
trying
think-
not to show the smirk.
I think Lauren's like, man, that sounds great right now. I like the way you think, Burberry.
Not only are they not going to let us go, but if they succeed in what they're doing, our world is screwed. So
Yeah. Well, I know La Shirag is actively seeking us out right now. And I'm just waiting for him to start doing his dream shit again.
I imagine you've got a big target on your back at this point.
I
Well-
mean, even if she did it before, she definitely does now with all the prodding.
Oh no, I literally showed him the destruction of his ship. When he very rudely awoke me at night.
That's been
Fuck yeah.
prodding.
So, he knows. He knows I did it. I didn't show the rest of y'all. And I didn't actually show him how I blew it up.
I'm sure he knows we're involved.
Oh no,
And by the way, next time you connect to his dream, you should just make him listen to the same song over and over and over again.
Oh no! Oh, I forgot to tell you. Noelle, I did the poopsie bit on it, and then
What?
you were scolding him for like an hour, like you were his mother. It was beautiful.
Well, if there's one thing more terrifying than the Leviathan, it's
It's
probably Poopsie. Sorry.
The admiral is just sitting with clasped hands watching you have this aside.
Sorry. We love a good poopsie.
A faint smile on her face.
Just to clarify, they're not talking about literal shit.
It's a dog. I can turn into a dog if you want to see it. I was Poopsie. I'm terrifying as Poopsie. She'll turn into a little Poopsie.
I will pick her up and pet her.
We're so professional.
No,
Staying in
we
character, you
are
just like
not.
bite my finger. It's like,
You see the Admiral kind of look sideways at Lugo, and he just holds up a hand like, look, they got me out of fucking razor brick, okay?
Wait, have you guys seen that I think it's a TikTok of the guy like petting his small dog?
That's what I
perfectly
was thinking
calm,
of.
petting the
And
dog,
he's just
and the dog-
constantly biting his fingers.
Yeah, Lauren's just biting the
That's Poopsie in this moment.
Lauren will pop out of Poopsie form, and she'd be like, me and Noelle are like great for prison break shit. Thank you very much.
It's easy to get into.
I'll keep that in mind. Now, regarding your involvement in all this,
Right.
obviously the Eastern Alliance owes you everything for what you've done so far, and I imagine will continue to do so in the coming months. So, in light of that, I would like to make our teleportation network available to you, should you need it. It's at your disposal. Every ambassador in that room has an Eastern Alliance naval outpost equipped with a teleportation chamber like the one beneath the bastion here.
Okay.
If we need to rapidly deploy troops anywhere in the coast, we can do so. Now, you can too. I ask you, please, keep its presence to yourself.
Of course.
Good.
Aye, aye, Captain. Admiral.
So, with that said, I would also like to make provisions, equipment, whatever small service we can make readily available to you at any of our outposts. They are yours to use should you need them. Additionally, the 1,000 gold pieces, 100,000 gold pieces in goods and services, that's for you to keep. We ask any borrowed supplies be returned at the end of the operation. I'm sure we can make peace with that. All good?
Sure.
Could we get a boat with the metal plating that Alexi was talking about?
I plan to be talking with
Alexi.
Ambassador Hart about this shipyard of his, because that sounds like something that we could definitely use more of.
Yeah, if you can, if that's possible, can you leave that to Alexi? He'd be interested in that.
I will reach out to him.
Thank you.
So, with all this established, my final question, and this is probably the most complicated one, is how exactly would your group like to do business? You're not military, you're not Gatewatch, you're not officially representing the Wardens, and you're not officially Conclave. You're sort of a good old-fashioned adventuring party. We don't see a lot of folks with your capabilities in that profession these days. Honestly, it's kind of a breath of fresh air, because we could use it. But I also know that folk like you tend to value your independence, so hence my question. How do you want to handle this partnership going forward?
It seems you might have an idea.
I'm asking you because I don't.
Oh, I have no fucking idea.
Uh,
I'll leave it to my smart friends.
Perhaps you could, I'm not quite sure of the how heavy-handed our help will be. That's a lot of H's. That's a whole lot of H's. But I suppose we could do a similar thing that we have with the Gate Watch, where you can request our help and we can decide if we are the right group for it or not, right?
Yeah.
I do think we're going to have to take any objectives on a case-by-case basis, given our how intertwined we are with this in such a weird way at this point. There are some missions that are probably going to be too dangerous for us to partake in, and others that we are perfect for. But
I feel like what we're in rare now is the how's a enemy of my enemy.
yes.
Speaking of which, actually, Derek Lugo will speak up. If and when you're ready, I do think I have the perfect assignment for you, should you choose to accept it.
It's not breaking someone else out of prison, because I really don't want him to go back to Daggermore.
That was easy. That was so easy. We got that.
Well, it's not a prison, but it is on Daggermore.
Damn it!
I like Daggermore.
Yes, I did say that out loud.
Lauren's like,
Not sure how well versed you are in the situation on Daggermore, but Fort Rocher is the gun embankment that watches the western coast of the island, guards the mouth of the coral reefs that protect the passage to Beddingwich. It's the only way in or out of that island is past a wall of guns. And to this day, it has been under the control of, well, now the 5 remaining pirate lords on the island.
He is still technically alive.
Yes. Well, we do
Who are
know
the-
that
who else died?
Stephen Pythe was killed over the course of your operation to break Bloodbeard out.
Lauren does a little glance at Noel.
But we have also lost track of Captain Maxwell, which leaves Bloodbeard, Lashrog, Henmore Segan, Abby, Red Knuckle, and her partner, the Goliath, whose name escapes me right this moment.
Quick question. Maxwell, was he one of the more orderly or the more chaotic pirate lords?
I mean, you never interfaced directly with them, but from what you recall of hearing about Maxwell, they were very secretive. They were opposed to Lasharog and Bloodbeard and Pythe's faction. They were allied with Abby and Abby's partner. But nobody actually knew Maxwell's identity. And there was some talk that Maxwell wasn't even a person, that they were a collective.
Like anonymous.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But I will say, it would probably strike those of you with a high insight, that the way Lugo just talked about Maxwell does not sound very collective-y. That definitely sounded like an individual.
I can see what now.
So, Fort Roger. If you were up to taking that abomination down, we could actually get some ships into Beddingwich Harbor and finally establish some order on that island.
I mean, it's not a worst idea, because I'm sure there might be some of Lashrog's boats, and I wouldn't mind blowing up some more.
I'm not.
Or just blowing up his little base. That'd be fun, too.
How would you expect us to go about doing that?
However you like. You're the lost fucking emeralds.
Well, that's right, but we don't have like bombs or anything. Like, you want us to destroy a whole military base?
Well, disable it enough that we could get ships into the harbor.
We were able to destroy Lasharog's ship because we blew up the, black powder room, essentially.
It helps
blow
that
up
they
their-
also didn't know we were coming.
Blow up Fort Rocher's black powder room.
All I'm asking is if there was more nuance to it than just going to murder hundreds of people.
Well,
I'd rather not do that again.
if direct military action is not to your tastes, I understand.
I'm not saying no, but
We do have alternatives that we can explore on the Dagamore front. But for you and your skill set, I will go back to the drawing board.
Can I ask a weird question? How? Well, I guess I could just ask this in character.
The question, how long does it take to draw one of those glyphs that you use for the moving about?
Takes a year to get one to stick. The Admiral will
it's
say.
a long process.
Again, we only have until summer, so I guess the short term wouldn't be the
Unfortunately.
best solution.
So, as a brief aside, if you do have a book of sigils, I'll take that.
I can get that to you today,
Perfect.
Lugo will say.
Like I said, I wasn't trying to just outright say no, because I know this is something that Aloran is interested in pursuing, and it makes sense from a strategic perspective.
I feel like Aloran's just like vibrating.
Yeah, she's like one of
Let's
those
blow it up.
Shit. Let's blow it up.
I just want to make sure that we are taking on jobs that we are A, emotionally capable of handling, and B, magically capable of completing.
I mean, if you guys don't want to do it, I probably could do it.
For what it's worth, the Admiral will say, the five of you are some of the most dangerous people to walk the coast in decades. And you're free agents, which makes me very grateful that you are, as far as I can tell, on our side. But I'll be honest, if a lot of you were to turn against the Eastern Alliance, it would be ugly.
Lauren looks away. She had thought about it at all or nothing there.
We don't have a lot of people with your capacity that we can spare. Folk like you tend to wind up at the bastions, at the forts, coordinating, planning, spying.
Right.
It's not often you get people like you out in the field, able to do what you can and have done.
Well, how about this? If you guys can get us a less murdery way to help you on Daggermore, let us know. If not, then we will consider
a more removed way where we're not just going into bases and slashing down hundreds of people.
You don't have to kill everyone. I mean, just get our ships past that fort.
Actually, if you could make me a bomb, I could smuggle it in there and detonate it.
I will be far away this time.
Define bomb.
Thing that go boom.
Barnaby would know.
A more condensed black powder keg, but multiple.
Actually, Barnaby could maybe help you design something like that.
Yeah. Because if you guys could make something that has the power of destroying like a whole, that has the firepower of a whole black powder room, but in a smaller form that I could put into, say, a bag of holding and just dump it out, and then
All a bomb is just a lot of black powder. It's kind of like a bolo, just bigger.
The Admiral's just kind of chuckling to herself. Take it big and make it smaller. How many fucking times have we told the fucking Arcana to do something like that? Not that it's a bad idea, you're not wrong. But God, I've written 1,000 orders like that. But we can definitely put you in touch with R&D. Do you know something they don't? We could definitely use it.
I basically told you everything I know. But I'll keep scrying on Lost Rog and let you know.
Don't hurt yourself
Hurt myself.
with the light.
Oh,
That's
I'm
contagious.
100% gonna do that. So I'm infinitely curious now.
I tried to warn you.
That's fair. It's okay. I'm probably gonna do it with Alexi. So if like my mind shatters or something, he can babysit me until he can write me. Get me all figured out.
Lawrence is very committed to this cause.
Yes, I am thoroughly convinced she has discovered a hill that she's willing to die on.
I do have an idea for Varys. Potentially.
Noelle is actually like.
But that'll be later. Not right now.
Out of the question, who's running this thing again? Like, which pirate lord is, or is it all of them?
Running what thing?
The thing he wants to blow up.
Oh, the Fort
Yeah,
Rocher.
Sure.
Well, as it turns out, mostly La Chirag.
Of course it is.
Much like Razorbrig turned out to be mostly La Chirag.
So basically, La Chirag low-key controls the island, and then he allows the other pirate lords to be there.
He has a lot more sway with the crews on that island than he, up until recently, wanted anyone to believe. Since Bloodbeard's disappearance and the fighting on Daggermore started, it's become very clear La Chirag had much more support than he ever let on. And it's been ugly.
Well, I can't wait to kill him, so. It'll be a nice day.
Is there any chance we could
Many others.
we could leverage a connection with Henmore Segan on the island to aid us in something like that?
You do see Lugo kind of smile a bit. Yeah, I was wondering when we were going to talk about that.
I mean, you know, he's like Burberry said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Well, and it helps that Segan's probably the only pirate lord that we actually like.
You see the Admiral kind of lean forward a bit in her seat and say, Henmore Segan has been our primary intelligence asset on Daggermore for the past 20 years.
Wait, what?
I knew it. Cool.
Well, that would
If you
explain
need something
why
on that island, he's our man.
That explains why he's a bit more orderly than the other ones.
It's true.
I had like a hunch,
He
but
certainly
I
seems
wasn't
different
sure.
than the
Average
maniacs
pirate
we
lord
ran into.
encountered. Yeah.
Make no mistake, the man's a fucking pirate.
Right.
But it did not take long after he took his seat for him to reach out to us. Apparently, Segan believes the Eastern Alliance would be far better suited to managing a betting witch than a pack of cutthroats and ruffians. Imagine that. So, in exchange for his help and his intelligence on the inside, he worked out a deal with my predecessor, exonerating him of any piratical wrongdoings in his youth, and promising him the governorship, should the Eastern Alliance ever take the fucking island. So he's got a lot to gain from this whole situation.
I kind of like the idea that they're like, all right, so we have an agreement with the Pirates of Daggermore, which is basically as soon as they step foot on land, they're in our jurisdiction, but we can't do bullshit whenever they're on a boat.
I mean, it's international waters. As long as they stay on their boat and not our boat, we don't have a problem.
Well, no. Like, you know, like, okay, well, we can't chase them out of the port because that's just not fair. But
Well,
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. It's closing time in Betting Witch.
No, it's pirates.
This has been productive. I'm trying to think if there's anything more we need to go over here.
I don't feel like it. Because if we're done, I think Lauren is gonna go find the big boss honcho of the Green Wardens and go get that shit over with.
Sure. I mean, if that feels like everything, I think the Admiral will probably stand up there and say, well, I hope that we can count on you in the coming months. It is not going to be pretty, and it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better, but I know together we can make it happen.
Here's hoping.
Looking forward to working with you, Lost Emeralds. And she'll extend a hand.
I'll shake her hand.
So, going forward, your primary point of contact will be Agent Lugo here. I'll just kind of give you a little wave.
Of course.
I'm the Admiral of an entire fucking Navy, alright? Please don't send to me unless my life is in immediate danger. I get too many a day, as it is. I've had 5 since we started this meeting. So, if you'll excuse me, I have 3 more meetings to get to today. She'll depart.
The idea that she just fucking sending like their Zoom calls.
Basically.
It's like she's constantly just telepathically just like, yeah, take care of that. Okay, yes, I approve. Go do it. Why are you bothering me with this?
Right.
Yeah. Lugo says, well, anything you need from me today beyond the Book of Glyphs?
How do we contact you when not here?
Can any of you cast Sending?
Is there a way to do it without using a spell slot?
I was thinking it.
Sending stone?
We can acquire a set of Sending Stones. I
Perfect.
will add it to my collection. Anything else?
I think Lauren's just kind of still looking at him a little bit.
I was
Less
I was-
distrustful.
I was serious when I said that Barnaby might be able to help your R&D department. He's very good with this stuff.
Whenever you're ready, I can definitely take you over.
He did make the dog.
I'm ready now. If you want.
Sure. We can get you set up. Okay. So, breaking, Lugo will commit to taking Barnaby over to R&D. It is a series of warehouses fairly close to the water. And these are some like big industrial grade workshops, like heavy duty machinery, very big hot forges. And these guys are working on swords, armor, bows, crossbows, some guns, cannon. You know, there's a smeltery to forge cannons here. Like they got a lot of shit going on in here, and there's workers running all over the place. So Lugo will definitely introduce you to the chief engineer there, which is going to be a fellow named Aaron Frozeth, a white dragonborn man.
Like,
I'll do the main
a
shit.
character question.
I'll put that in the character list.
Whenever we were on Montalban, the ship that Noelle and I went on to, is it still there, or did it get hightailed out whenever the monster died?
The ship that picked you guys up?
No, the one that we got the
future
The-
ship.
future ship.
Oh, the flying ship,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the Blue Legion ship.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's probably still there.
last you saw it, it was wrecked underneath the shadow version of itself in the forest.
Can I offer that to the? I was gonna ask about it, but then I got run over. and
You
forgot.
guys did
Um,
give the like blueprint schematics to the mooring navy.
Can I inform the admiral on that?
I vaguely recall hearing something to that effect from mooring. the wreck's still out there?
I believe. Well, here, let me check. I'll scry on it because I can do that.
Oh shit.
It's an object,
Um,
and it's a place that I'm familiar with because I've been on it.
that's true. And yeah, scrying, you would see the bisected wreckage of this ancient plane ship, broken atop, kind of perpendicularly fallen on top of a perfect copy, or maybe it itself was the copy of a second ancient plane ship that had crashed and gouged deep into the earth through the forest. Currently, it is bright and sunny outside. Birds are chirping in the trees nearby, but the whole thing is like heavily corroded, overgrown, just trashed. Does not look like anyone has been there since you were last there.
I will relay that information. Say it's definitely not in any working condition, but if you wanted to look at it and reverse engineer it, I guess.
Yeah. If it weren't for the situation at sea, we would definitely be committing more resources to grabbing that. But if you think that might be to our advantage to have it now, we could probably pull some people to try and get that thing to dry dock.
We told you that that Lostrog ship flew, right? In like the air.
Yes. We literally delivered a report on its capabilities as part of the briefing today.
Well, honestly, you might not need to put any resources towards it because I'm pretty sure that there is a trading company that is desperately trying to find new ways to transport stuff.
Okay.
You might be able to convince them to send their people out there, if only, with the understanding that they'll share anything that they find. Plus, if it is capable of dimensional travel, I'm sure that there are several wizards from some stuffy academy that would be wildly interested in that kind of magic.
Interesting. I'll need to revisit that report from Mooring. We'll see about getting some people out there.
Like, this is always my solution to everything is, oh, you have a problem? Well, let's just come at it sideways.
It's a good solution. So...
It's like Roxy opened magic school all over again.
Yeah. With Barnaby is at R&D. You guys can probably work some stuff out with some checks. We can hit that in a second.
All right.
Two things to cover as you guys are sort of departing the fort after this is all done. I think there's probably a decent number of folks who do want to come and talk to you again, say goodbye, reacquaint themselves with you for sending purposes, before everyone kind of goes their separate ways. Lugo will kind of take his leave during that period and eventually come back to you, Noel, and just kind of quietly hand you a small pamphlet. It's got maybe 20 or 30 pages on it, and each page is just a sigil. It's just a book of teleportation sigils.
Awesome.
So, in addition to that, you do see Gideon and Alexei have sort of stepped off to the side, and are having their own kind of private little conversation. Gideon's arms are crossed. He's talking very quietly, just kind of watching the rest of the crowd. Alexei is a little more animated, and at one point you do see him clap Gideon on the shoulder and say and gesture to the door, let's go. And Gideon kind of looks around the room again, sees your group sort of in the midst of everything, kind of just gives you a nod and kind of steps towards the door with Alexei as they head out together.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Bros.
Can I cast message real quick? And just say, you look excited, Gideon? You guys taking off?
Yes. He kind of freezes for a moment. And then eventually you hear his voice come up again. We might be able to touch base about this tonight, actually. I'll get back to you. And then it just cuts off.
I
Okay.
feel like the day that we rolled up onto his front door is the best, worst day of Gideon's life.
Honestly. Probably. I know he still hates Lauren, but
I don't think he hates Lauren.
I think he hates Lauren.
I mean, hates him is a really strong
It's
It's a
word.
very strong word.
It might be more of like that cousin that you don't like that much, but you tolerate them.
Yeah, see. I think Lauren just kind of avoids Gideon, honestly.
They're just very different kinds of people, I think. And Gideon does not have like the people skills Alexi does to like handle a Lauren.
No.
Alexi will just fucking shut your ass down. Gideon's like, I don't know what to do. She's disrespecting me. Magic.
Okay.
But yeah, so they're heading out together.
Cute.
So Barnaby, R&D, talking with research and development. What is the plan here? What are you doing?
Make a bomb.
Alright, so basically a bomb is like a bullet without the bullet on it. So all we gotta do.
bomb is.
Well, good, then I can skip my basic explanation.
There was
So what
more.
we're gonna do here is we're gonna get this gunpowder and we're gonna squish it. We're gonna take it and just squish.
Do you understand how volatile gunpowder is when compressed in a confined space?
Yep, that's how I make my bullets.
Then you understand it can only be compressed so far before it will detonate of its own accord.
Can
Unless you
I-
have a solution for this
Can I
problem.
ask a quick question real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Did he bring Bark with him?
Cars.
Okay.
Bark's always there.
No,
Just
I mean,
on
because
the
I know he got sent off to fly during the
Yeah.
what heavy, and I didn't know what time he got back, and it is probably the best like showcasing of Barnaby's work.
Yeah.
In case words fail, there's an actual like physical thing there.
Sure. I think pointing out any magical stuff that you do, this engineer stuff is going to be just like, oh, you're an arcanist. I see.
What?
Oh, you're one
Hell.
of those people.
You're the ones who ignore physics.
What? No, I don't. What
Actually,
you
there's
talking
one of the
about?
two that doesn't really.
Then how did you do this?
Technically,
I
outside.
carved them out of wood, specifically dogwood. That's how you make a dog.
There's like a line of like fucking like nerdy fucking science dudes, like clipboards in hand. They kind of look at the chief engineer, and they look back at you and they're like, writing that down.
I feel like this reminds me of the scene in Breaking Bad where Jesse has to explain to the cartel how to make good meth.
That's 100% what I'm seeing
Here's
here.
a question.
Yeah.
So, if you treated the inside of a bomb like a bag of holding, couldn't
That's
you
where I was
fill it up with
ultimately going to lay
gunpowder?
to.
There's a bunch of dudes.
Barnaby's got ideas.
Like they're all furiously scribbling notes, and the chief engineer's just like, "We hadn't tried that." Arcana
All you
advises
gotta do
against
is find
toying
a-
with dimensional spaces.
You find a spot that's bigger on the inside, and then you just cram it full. Then you make the gunpowder smaller. You squish it.
Write that down. So I'll say, go ahead and give me just a general intelligence check for Barnaby as you explain your design for this arcanely enabled explosive.
I wish I could give you bardic inspiration.
Well, we're okay. That's a 19 plus 2.
Oh, hell yeah.
So that's a 21. So I'm going to describe. All right, so we got this bag, right? And we put all the gum we could fit in it. And then we just stick this here fuse out of it. And voila.
It's so simple.
Oh, you don't need to overthink a bomb. It just go boom.
Quick question from the peanut gallery. Wouldn't that just explode inside the bag?
It'll rupture.
That's where the research and development comes in. This is just brainstorming.
Yeah, I forget. There's two different types of ruptures to a magic bag, right? There's rupture from the outside and rupture from the inside. And different things happen based on which side ruptures, right?
Yeah, one will spill it into the astral plane, and one will spill it all at your feet.
So which one spills it all at your feet?
External rupture, I believe. Or
So
no, the other way around?
I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. But
I mean, technically, if you
We
could
already
just,
hardwood sport.
with a starting place from Barnaby's 22 or 21 intelligence pitch, I think there's definitely the beginnings of a plan to construct a gunpowder bag of holding bomb. So R&D is getting to work on that for sure.
there's like potions of shrinking, right? Couldn't the same
Large
concept
reduced.
be like?
That stuff generally only lasts like a few hours, though.
But again, it's the concept of like
Yeah.
using magic to shrink something.
They'll be exploring
What are you
plenty
talking about? It ain't magic. It's just
options.
bigger on the inside.
That thing that you were like, I don't break physics.
Yeah, exactly.
Time to break
It's bigger on the inside.
You're just doing your math wrong. You got to get rid of that Euclidean shit. If you just ignore basic geometry, everything works out a lot better.
It's fourth dimensional geometry.
Yes.
All right. So Barnaby is showing up the R&D department with his big brain bomb. What is everybody else doing?
Lauren going to the Green Keep.
Okay.
She wants to figure out what the fuck the big honcho wants to talk about.
Gotcha. I guess asking after him, you will be told that the Conservators' Council has broken for the day. They're just sort of in a recess, and the steward is currently in his quarters. So if you wanted to go up there, you could probably find him. And you hear footsteps and see the door as it opens, and standing on the other side, slightly unkempt beard, long hair pulled back into a short ponytail, the half-elven Elsar Aranir, steward of the Green Wardens, is standing in front of you. And seeing you, he says, Lauren, good, please, come in. I suppose you heard I wanted to speak with you at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, please, make yourself comfortable. And as he gestures around, you see that his quarters are not significantly bigger than Alexi's.
Okay.
Although they are much more open and airy feeling. The windows are like completely unobstructed and fully open. Sunlight's kind of pouring through these like white silken curtains. And he has a small meal that he's prepared for himself at a table by the window, with a cup of tea and a kettle. And he'll just offer you a cup if you're interested when he approaches. He says, tea?
I'm okay right now.
Sure. Well, I suppose I should start by saying you're not in trouble.
Well. Okay.
If that was a fear. let that be put to rest. That said, I do want to talk about what you said the other day.
Mm-hmm.
You have hit upon something that the wardens have been struggling with for some time now, and I do not think it has ever been more clear how divided we are than it is now. I should assume you are familiar with our history, but
Enlighten me, DM.
I have heard of you, and I knew your father well, and I suspect perhaps history was never your primary interest during training.
Is he trying to say something right now?
He does have like a faint smile on his face.
I was a good student, thank you very much. Look how I've turned out. Even if I was slightly sidetracked at times, and still am.
Are you familiar with the role we played during the days of Illyria? When Vargos was still wilderness, waiting to be settled?
No.
The wardens were, in a way, much like the Gatewatch of the time. We were as much warriors as we were healers and helpers and everything else. But while the Gatewatch faced the worlds beyond our own, we faced inward and tended to the ordering of our own peoples. We were peacekeepers. And in times of war, we would intercede regularly. It is not a history that many of our people today are familiar with. For a lot of reasons, but those are not the point. For what it's worth, Lauren, I do admire your zeal and commitment to taking these evildoers to task, to defending our home. I do.
But we're not going to.
Your father, in his time as conservator, echoed very similar sentiments across the decades that I served with him. He was a strong and passionate man. And he was one of our most capable warriors, despite our current lack of focus on the arts of warfare. And for, again, what it's worth, I do believe you have done his memory proud in recent months. The trouble is, the wardens are not so well equipped for war as we once were. We have trained you and your peers to defend yourselves, to defend others as needed, but to throw ourselves into the front lines like we might have in centuries past, it's a very different prospect than it once might have been. And there are concerns. Significant ones. As to what would become of us should we do such a thing. I know you and Alexei and a few others among the conservators are quite capable of holding your own. And I'm sure the 5 or 6 of you banded together could achieve incredible things on the field of battle, but you are by far the exception to the rules. We would be throwing our people to their deaths if we were to field the wardens as an army. And on top of that, there is the ugly reality of politics at play. If the wardens of the Emerald Coast were to break the Edict of Inigard, if we were to take up our old mantle, it would give the West every excuse it needed to march out here and begin to subjugate the Emerald Coast. And all they'd have to do would be to wait until this crisis is over, after we've committed every resource we have to this enemy. They wouldn't have any resistance. And the Emerald Coast wouldn't be the Emerald Coast anymore. And as much as I want to stand by you and fight this thing, I can't order anyone else to in good conscience, knowing the thing they're fighting for could be destroyed just as soon as they saved it. I am hopeful that in the coming weeks some semblance of order can be restored to that chamber and we can get on with doing the important work we need to be doing. But for now, what I wanted was to apologize and ask your forgiveness and understanding. I know full well what your father would have said, and he would have been 100% in agreement, but I don't want to lose anyone else.
I don't know what the fuck Lauren's gonna say. She's angry as fuck. I can tell you that much. There's definitely anger. I feel like she probably like opens her mouth to say something and then she's like, nope, hold it in. Hold it in. Trying to have... I think, I feel like she'll kind of stand up, kind of go towards the door, and just be like, I hope you make the right decision, because, you know, by doing nothing, it could be the downfall of us all. So, I understand. But I also don't. As supposed to be protectors, this makes no sense to me.
I appreciate you hearing me out.
Well, we'll see what happens. And see if we lose everything anyways.
He doesn't really have an answer for that.
Yeah. I feel like that's really where Lauren's at. It's like, she's not trying to be a bitch, but she's also like, she's seen it. They're everywhere. They're on every continent. He's forming his army. He's getting all of his ships ready. This isn't just the Emerald Coast. It's everywhere. So,
yeah.
I think she'll kind of walk out at that.
Okay.
Probably fucking pissed, honestly. Just kind of storms out. She passes Cal. She's gonna point at that bitch and be like, "You're the biggest pussy I've ever fucking met." Maybe she'll actually go find him.
Just says it to his face.
Yeah. Goes up to him.
Because she ain't no pussy.
She's like, "You're the slimiest, just fucking no fucking backbone. You disgust me."
He's like halfway through eating lunch, like.
Huh?
I can't hear you. You can't chew with your mouth full, idiot.
Are you gonna stick around and fucking pick a fight with cows?
No.
You're gonna leave.
Yeah, but I think she's just like, you're a waste of fucking time. And you shouldn't even be a fucking conservator. And then she's gonna be like, fuck you. She's doing this out in the open, like, she fucking kicked that door.
Now she's fucking double burden all the way out.
Yeah,
he's just yelling as you leave the room. Oh god! Right? Like,
is he chasing after her?
no, he's like fucking yelling at you from the room.
So you can't even chase me down, you bitch!
He's on lunch.
Are there
But
other
you
people that are-
wait approximately 20
There's definitely
minutes.
wardens in the vicinity that are just like, what the fuck?
I fucking hate that man. I need to go fucking. She fucking walks out of that bitch. She giant eagles and flies to the forest, and she is gonna go turn into the bear and unleash some mayhem.
Break some shit, sure.
Yeah, she's gonna break some shit.
You're like coming out of fucking the keep, and Adler's like down the street. There you are! I've been looking for you. Ah! And she's gone.
I feel like you probably would have noticed that she was fucking livid. Her face was like purple.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about it?
I'm gonna go.
I'll sending stone you.
I think she's like, I need to go destroy some shit. Preferably one of Losterog's stupid fucking boats.
So, anything from the rest of the party while Alora is blowing off some steam in the woods?
And burning all the bridges.
Burning bridges, nah. You don't understand. Her and Costa's relationship have been fucking terrible
They can't
from day
afford to
one.
get rid of Lauren. She's too powerful.
And she's only went up to Cost, and everybody knows that Cost hates her, so, you know, she's just digging that hole for them. Even deeper. She doesn't give a fuck about him or his opinions.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I was gonna say, as we're I don't know, meandering around after the meeting, Noel was going to ask Burberry, you have been quiet recently. Are you doing okay? I mean, relative to everything, of course.
Heavens, no, I'm terrible!
Well, it seems like you've been doing a lot of good. You've come back every night looking pretty exhausted, like you've been casting spells all day.
Yeah, it feels like the least that we can do. That being said, I don't think I'll ever get... If I had my way, I'll never step on another boat ever again.
Hopefully we can avoid actually having to travel on a boat for as long as possible. Or at least until we get whatever's going on with you resolved.
Oh, you have no idea how excited I am at that prospect, because between the first one and this one, oh, boy, I think I've seen enough bloated corpses for the rest of my existence.
Honestly, that's kind of why I was a little bit trepidatious about just nodding along in that meeting. It feels like we have seen quite a lot of death, and I don't know if... I don't know how well equipped we are to be completely destroying forts, you know?
Oh, hell no. Definitely not. I mean, granted, whenever I did start this... Well... No, that's just a lie. Granted, whenever we've been traveling around, I thought that... I'm worried that the names of us are heading more towards... Sorry, Barry's usually better at this. Basically, we're getting very well known for killing people, and I'm not a fan.
It would be nice if our name was associated more with, well, I mean, I think our two biggest accomplishments are Montauban and the Worm, I guess. And those were saving people. That's positive, right?
Definitely, yes.
But yeah, I get what you're saying, that we're sort of... It feels like the most creative use the military has for us is to just go murder people.
Precisely. Well, I guess that everybody's like, oh, I'm going to solve the world's problems by making a new type of toaster. Actually, I could really go for... Do you want some avocado toast? I could really go for some avocado toast right now.
That sandwich shop, that's probably open now.
Oh, no, okay, so that sandwich shop is very good, but I found a new one off of 2nd Street.
Then lead the way. I'm down.
Basically, he takes her to a place that does, like, loaded banh mi's.
Okay.
With avocados?
With
Apparently.
avocado. Actually,
Yes.
okay, I'll be real. So one of my favorite sandwiches is actually a banh mi, but you, like, take off half of the stuff and you add avocados and lettuce. Oh, so good.
Nice. Sorry, I was gonna say something. I was just gonna say, I guess to put a pin in that, like, given the current circumstances, I don't want to push you to do anything you don't want to do, but did you still want to explore, what's it called? Light Hollow? What is that town called?
Hallowvale?
Hallowvale, there it is. Did you still want to explore that? Because, given my ability to teleport people, I don't think it would be a long journey as long as we could get access to a sigil that was there.
I would be absolutely delighted at the prospect of going to a very large place filled with books. And, yes, I am excited by that prospect.
I don't know if that's legitimate or not.
Yeah, right?
Insight check.
Honestly.
What do I get with my passive insight as Noel?
Well, you don't even need passive insight. He's already admitted that he's Burr at the moment,
True.
and Burr's never been great at sitting down for long periods
Right.
of time.
Well, You don't have to make any decisions right now, regardless.
Oh no, definitely would like to go. If we could, preferably do that. If before we do other stuff, that would be great. Because while it is going to be incredibly exciting,
Terrifying.
No, I was trying to stop myself from saying boring as fuck.
Right,
It
gotcha.
would possibly lead to furthering my issue.
Working towards a solution, hopefully.
Precisely, and while I am not a fan of sitting around doing nothing, maybe I could help.
If you think that there is something productive to be done there, then I think there's plenty of reason to go. And it seems like, the way things are heading, we're only going to get more and more busy from here on out. So...
It'd be nice to, take a small break from large ocean creatures and subterfuge and...
killing people and bombing places, right?
Oh, I was pretending those don't exist for the next 10 minutes.
Let me know when you're going to do that again, because I'd like to join you in that fantasy.
Oh, well, here, just look off into the distance. There's that lovely painting right there. Just stare at it and imagine you're standing in it. It's very nice. You can feel the breeze on your face.
It's pretty. It's a very nice shop. Well,
There's also an excellent patissier, 2 blocks from here.
how did we not know about this district? Do you think that you could, I don't know how connected you are with the Conclave in town, but they would be the next stop as far as finding ways to get to Hollowvale quickly. Actually, let me look at my pamphlet. Anything near Hollowvale in that sigil booklet?
Let me pull up my fuck, my background's
Well,
got fucked.
So
Let me pull
they
up my
said
map.
that they
One
said that it was a list of all the people that were there, and there was nobody from Hollowvale in that meeting.
No, they gave me a teleportation sigil booklet.
Yeah. Yeah. Everyone who was at the meeting represented a city that had significant cultist activity in it.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
On the day
So
of the arraignment.
there's more than those. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. No, the Eastern Alliance has lots of member states.
Oh, that being said, there was someone there from Chaser, so that means Chaser does have a sigil in it.
That's true. That's potentially on the docket as well.
Going
Load
through
map.
black market seems far more interesting than other options.
So you would see that there is a teleportation circle in multiple cities in the Verdant Vale. Fort Annual, Rowan, Grace, Humble, River Run, Elks Crossing, and Hollowvale all have sigils.
I'll just trail it to Burberry. We could actually just get there, whenever.
That's so exciting! And we won't even need to take, a day to a week.
We could do it literally right now. And be back before dinner.
I'm game if you are.
I feel like we should talk to the group, although Barnaby's super busy right now.
Well, I haven't heard any large-scale explosions, so I'm assuming that it's going okay.
Oh god.
Never mind! Take backsies.
I told you it couldn't be compressed.
Oh, come on. I'm not trying hard enough.
It's too
Anyways.
good. At least let me sending to... I'll take out my Lauren sending stone. She's an eagle right now. I don't know that.
Or ground with Burberry and Noelle talking, and then just in a tower, smoke starts going off in the background.
You
Yeah.
idiot!
You stupid.
In the bag.
I mean, you can message Lauren and see how she's doing.
Yeah, I'll send you to Stone to Lauren. I'll say, hey, things seem like they're gonna get busy quick here. Burberry and I were talking about going to visit Hollowvale. We can teleport there pretty easily. Where are you at? How are you doing after the meeting? Hopefully well.
Enraged.
Oh.
I am in the forest destroying things. But if you guys need to blow off some steam with some books, be my guest. I think I'm gonna go destroy things. Yeah. Maybe fuck around. Find out. Yeah.
I turned to Burberry. I don't think Lauren is doing super well. She sounded very angry and she said she wanted to destroy things.
She's gone from drinking to destruction, so I guess that's a step in the right direction.
Oh no, she's gonna get drunk as fuck and fuck around.
Yeah, she just clarified. She said she's gonna get drunk too.
Okay, but whenever she says fuck around, did she mean literally or figuratively?
I mean, Adlar's in town.
Both.
Well, yes, but they haven't actually done anything yet.
Give it time.
Noel's just like, it's a done deal. It's happening.
It's
No, wait,
100%
Noel.
happening.
Okay, all right, Noel. I have a bet that I want to do with you.
Okay.
If you're game.
Always.
Do you think that Aloran and Adlar's first time is going to be special or laced in emotional turmoil?
Which side of this are you on?
Oh, I'm doing impulse emotional turmoil all the way.
It's not gonna be an interesting bet because I agree with you.
Okay, well, I'll take.
Jesus.
She doesn't think Lauren's gonna go fuck out after all
Everything
this.
is emotional turmoil with us.
All right, well, I'll take the opposite. I'll take first time being special just to spice it up a bit.
Okay. How much do you want to put down?
Let's say that maybe not too much. Maybe like 10 gold.
One resurrection.
Well, I'm the only one that can do that, so that's not fair to me. Mr. Voice in the sky. Sorry, Paletis is acting up again.
Make her pay for it.
Wait, here's what we can bet because we have multiple now. I will bet you 1 solar medallion. Even if I lose, I've still got 1.
That's so
And imagine
funny.
how impressive it would look to the people at the, Eastern Alliance to see someone with 3 of them.
This is like someone walking around with 3 fucking medals of honor. Oh my god. It's fucking amazing.
Well, I think I would look absolutely amazing in 3 medals.
I think I would too.
However, Barry says no.
I respect that decision. 10 gold.
No, wait. Maybe I can find something else that's fun. Hold on.
I love the implication that the solar medal is worth 10 gold.
We've got plenty.
We're fucking rolling in them. We kill one big monster and they just give it to us.
They just see it as in like the Presidium, main area, and we're just using them to like pull for Barnaby. Just like fucking clay pigeons.
Okay. So I've been holding on to
so
a few bits
fucked.
and bobs from our thing. Why I'll put, and he pulls out a candelabra and sticks it on the table. I'll put this in the
Where are you
pot.
keeping that?
You don't want to know. It involved a lot of folding.
I don't have a candelabra.
Oh no! So it's not about the candelabra. So this is actually a magical candelabra,
Okay.
and it's just a fun little tidbit that I've picked up along the way. Do you have any fun little tidbits?
I have a Jabberwock scale. I have a bottle of anti-nausea pills for pregnancy.
I don't
Wait.
think that'll have the right.
Wait, what?
That's genuinely
I thought it was for like seasickness.
It says, I wrote down, originally for pregnancy, also works for seasickness. Apparently that was the description I was given.
I'll trade the Jabberwocky scale. That seems fun.
Okay. I'll never get rid of these pills.
It glistens menacingly in the sunlight.
All right, so I'll bet my candelabra against your Jabberwock scale. We'll see what happens. It might be a while till we find
How
out.
are we going to
because
resolve this
let's
bet?
face it, there's no way that she's going to do anything with someone she actually cares about for a while. But
I guess we'll find
Not
out.
wrong though. Cause I already know who Lauren gonna try to fuck. And Jacob's gonna hate it.
are you gonna go for the spy man?
I'm triggered.
No, I know
Oh,
exactly
no.
where she's going.
Lauren's gonna cast Dream.
Oh
Unfair.
no!
She wants to do some angry fuck.
I'm upsetty. The DM does not consent.
Alright, well, in the interest of further upsetting the DM, let us split the party. Berber, do you want to go to Hellavale?
Yes.
You
then-
motherfucker.
Split the party, and while you split the party, Lauren's going to cast Dream on Varys and try to fuck him.
Alright, well, this session's coming to a quick close.
I draw a chalk circle on the ground!
I ban you both from being voted for MVP. It must be one of the other 3 members of the party.
No, I already casted Dream. They're already teleporting. We can't stop.
It's happening.
It's fucking 12:30.
It's for next session.
Next session.
That's okay. She'll probably fuck Hugo too, so.
Lugo.
Lugo, sorry.
Lugo.
I don't know why I keep saying
Learn his
Hugo.
name first.
It's okay, she's gonna do both. She's gonna try to fuck Varys. If he says no, she's gonna go fuck Lugo. And if Varys says yes, she'll still go fuck Lugo.
Lovely. Anyways, I think that is probably the best place to leave the session. We have made a bet about Aloran's fucking emotional well-being in a relationship, and she is tearing shit up in the forest. So, MVP, any nominees?
Well, apparently we've been banned from voting.
I vote Barnaby for being an
Barnaby.
R&D guy.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
That was a
All
good
right,
roll on the intelligence check.
I'll
Barnaby,
take it.
Barnaby gets 2 RP, everyone else gets 1.
Are me and Noelle allowed to have one?
I shouldn't. But you did RP,
Too late.
so you get 1.
Okay.
But yeah, good session, guys.
Doing all the things the DM
It's fine.
hates at the very end.
We're just going to a library,
Yeah.
right?
Kill somebody's ass next adventure. Mark my fucking words.